Part 2. Flight and Pursuit. 13. Jax's hands flew over the Laranth's controls, seeming to go in two directions at once. Din felt as if his mind echoed the movements. The difference being that Jax's hands were sure, methodical, swift. Din's thoughts were frantic, chaotic, and just plain scared. Did the Inquisitor's presence mean that Darth Vader knew Jax Pavan was alive and on Coruscant? Knew what ship he flew? Knew, even, that he had paid a visit to the Security Bureau? Or was this Inquisitor merely on patrol, groping after Force adepts, as Inquisitors always did, and had been drawn to Westport by Jax's residual signature? If Vader had known Jax was alive on Coruscant, Din told himself for the 20th time, he would have done something. Maybe he still didn't know. Yet. But what would he make of the Inquisitor's report that he had been fired at on landing stage 184Z at Westport? I-5's bit of play acting notwithstanding, anyone who fired at an Inquisitor was going to draw swift attention from the Imperials. And so they fled, in a legal, orderly fashion so as not to draw further attention. Any thought of waiting out Vader's departure was forgotten. Din could see the agony of that decision on Jax's tense face as they lifted off and executed a series of course adjustments that put them on a heading for the Hydean Way with an alleged cargo of machine parts. Moments ticked by as they sped out of the Coruscant system, their sensors sweeping surrounding space for pursuers, or an ambush, or anything out of the norm. We're just a tiny little freighter from Toprawa, Din thought, as if his brooding could have any possible effect on reality in their pocket of the galaxy. We're not worth investigating. He kept repeating that in his mind like a sort of mantra, trying to squeeze whatever comfort he could from the words. Which wasn't much. They reached the threshold of the system's gravity well without mishap, which, as much of a relief as it was to still be alive, left Din feeling limp with exhaustion. He looked at the star charts on the Navcom display, swallowed hard, and asked, "Where to, Jax?" When the Jedi didn't answer, I-5 prodded him. Toprawa? That's my vote, Din said. We've got allies there after all. A place to park and regroup anyway. That makes sense, Jax agreed. Except that it might make sense to Vader, too. Really? I-5 split his concentration between co-piloting the ship and determining its course. Do you think he has any idea that we're still around? I rather imagine that his overweening self-assurance predisposes him toward believing we're all dead. So much so, in fact, that I doubt he'd recognize evidence to the contrary. Jax turned and stared at the droid for a moment, as if examining the concept in his head. You know, Din piped up, I'll bet Five's right. Otherwise, he'd have been all over us. In fact, if he'd sent that Inquisitor after us, we wouldn't be in space right now. We need a course before we enter hyperspace, Jax, I-5 pressed. Is it Toprawa? Have you forgotten that we might have a betrayer there? I haven't forgotten, I-5 said after a moment. In point of fact, I never forget anything, and I suspect Din hasn't forgotten either. In this particular case, though his hippocampus is somewhat inferior to my memory chip. Thanks a lot, said Din. I-5 ignored him. Neither of us is denying the possibility that someone in Aaron Foley's organization might have leaked our course to Vader. But what else might we do? We've lost any chance of monitoring Vader's shuttle as it leaves the system. Jax took his hands from the controls. Because of me, he murmured. Pardon? The low, curving helm tilted askance, and the oculus cycled as if to focus more tightly on the Jedi's face. We're unable to monitor Vader's movements because of me, Jax repeated. Because I acted precipitously. What else could you have done? It made sense that Vader would bring Yeman back to Coruscant. Jax shook his head. I don't sense he was ever here. I think he was sent wherever that other contingent of ships was sent. Though I wonder why Vader came back here without him. Not that I'm complaining. It bought us more time. Maybe, Din said reluctantly. He came back here because he's already gotten the information he needed to bring down Whiplash. No, he would oversee that himself. We'd be seeing an explosion of activity around his headquarters. But it's quiet as can be, and he's leaving again. Then perhaps our logical next move, the droid suggested, would be to head for Mandalore. Mandalore? Din repeated, his eyes widening. You don't think they'll still be there? No, Jax said thoughtfully. But I'm hopeful we might find out where they were going. How? Are we just going to hang out in taverns and ask everyone we meet if they happen to know where the Imperials went? Rumor is rampant that Mandalore is a divided society these days. If that's the case, whom do we go to for intel? Whoever seems in the best position to have it. On what excuse? We start asking questions all over the place, and any hope of keeping a low profile. I seem to recall, said I-5, that you used to be a journalist. One of the perks of having a memory chip, he added dryly. Perhaps that would provide a suitable cover and a reason for asking questions all over the place. Din felt as if he'd just awakened from a deep sleep. A spark of something like hope, or at least not like panic, curled around his heart. Well, yeah, I guess that could be a good cover. Indeed, I-5 agreed. And though it galls me to contemplate it, I can be your indispensable metal sidekick. Meanwhile, Jax can employ subtler methods of fact-finding. Or, said Jax, we could just be pirates. Din grinned. He liked the idea of being a pirate. Pirates ostensibly did much business on and around Mandalore's ill-named moon, Concordia. And pirates would have every reason to be interested in the movement of Imperial ships and troops. All right, I like this plan. We can hit arms dealers, public houses and cantinas, ship repair yards. People in those places always have their eyes open for Imperial activity. What do you think, Jax? But Jax had risen and was on his way aft. Jax? Sounds good, Din. He turned. I-5, since you've already filed a flight plan for the Hydean Way, why don't we make a quick jump in that direction, then adjust course? I'm going to change out of these clothes. Consider it done. Don't you want to be up here to see the stars blur? Din asked. No. Jax disappeared into the fore and aft corridor. Din stared after him for a moment. I'm a little worried about him. Only a little. He looked at I-5. He's blaming himself for everything that's happened. You realize that, right? Yes. I know it's not justified, but... It struck me just now, what if that whole thing with Vader's shuttle was a trap? A ploy to get Jax to reveal himself? If it were, do you honestly think he'd have gotten out of the ISB unscathed, or that his ship would still be in one piece? Well, no. Unless Vader has some ulterior motive. Vader has faced off against Jax often enough, with results disastrous enough, that I expect he would want to make certain of Jax's destruction if he even half suspected he was still alive. He would hardly let him slip through his fingers again. Jax could easily just sail off into wild space or the unknown regions and never come back. Yeah, he could, but he wouldn't, and I'm pretty sure Vader knows that as well as we do. Granted. I-5 punched the hyperdrive controls. Space blurred, the stars becoming streamers of varicolored light. And I suppose you could be right about Vader. Perhaps he is toying with Jax. Or perhaps he's simply wary of him. In either case, it begs a most interesting question. That being? Why? Din was quiet for a moment. I don't like that question. Maybe you'll like this one better, because it arises simultaneously. How well does Darth Vader know himself? Din was quiet for longer this time. It's a good thing you opted for indispensable metal sidekick. Yes? Why? Because you suck at comedy relief. In his cabin, Jax walked back through their very brief stay on Coruscant, realizing how close he'd come to giving up the whole mission by affording Vader a chance to recognize him. More than that, he longed for his master's guiding hand, for Yemon's quiet strength, for Lorant's cool, clean pragmatism. But as much as he hungered for their presence, he felt haunted by them. He sat down before the Misai tree to steady himself, to work out their next steps. But his attempts to empty his mind of ghosts met with only limited success. He focused his awareness on the Misai tree, a fractal structure of pulsing light, shedding pale ribbons of force energy into his small cabin. He reached out with his own awareness, touching the field generated by the tree, moving beyond it toward its source. He was forced to banish Loranth from his thoughts repeatedly, but finally succeeded in emptying himself into the Force. He stretched his awareness out to sense, to listen, to feel. He let his consciousness float in the Force eddies, an island both disconnected and connected. In this state, he fixed his mind on Thizon Yemon. He reached out to the Syrian's powerful intellect. He might be able to sense him, the epicenter of tiny ripples in the fabric of the Force. But it made more sense, dangerous as it might be, to seek Vader. As a powerful Force user, Darth Vader inhabited the Force in a way that Jax could detect quickly and easily, a much more noticeable presence than Yimon, like a planet-sized dent in the space-time continuum, as opposed to a small asteroid. Anger, hot, swift, and unreasoning, swelled momentarily in his breast. Why? Why was Vader what he was? How had Anakin become the enemy? If you touch him with that much rage in your heart, he'll know. The voice within him, thin and small and low-key, reminded him. Or with fear consuming you, he'll know you're alive. He'll know how much he's hurt you, and he'll know he can reel you in. It was true. The clarity of the knowledge, the certainty of it, all but stopped Jax's breath in his throat. He was trapped by the rawness of his own emotions, for he could not go anywhere near Vader with either fear or anger dominating him. Somehow, between now and the time they reached Mandalore, he had to armor himself. He had to be able to sense Darth Vader without Vader sensing him until it was too late. He needed time, and he needed help. Whiplash was out, and he'd already jeopardized the Resistance fighters on Toprawa more than he ought to have. Never mind that there was a chance betrayal had come from that quarter. Something bothered him about the idea, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. Jax shook off the vague unease and tried to think ahead to Mandalore. Even with his Force sensitivity in play, their chances of being able to scare up any real intelligence with a haphazard approach could prove to be a time-consuming exercise in futility. Where could they get such help? They were cut off from the Resistance and from Whiplash. He felt a sudden kinship with Tudin Sal. The Sakian must have felt something like this when he was first expelled from his entrepreneurial support network. When he'd lost his family, his business holdings, his contacts. Jax felt as if the universe had paused in its ceaseless movement, waiting for him to catch up. Sal's contacts. Jax knew the Sakian hadn't lost touch with all of them. In fact, he occasionally used them to provide information, to distract attention, to misdirect black market arms shipments. Jax rose and went forward to the bridge. He found his companions right where he'd left them, though now Din was staring moodily out of the forward viewport. "How soon can we drop out of hyperspace?" Jax asked I-5. "I'd planned on it in approximately 15 minutes and 4 seconds. That way we'll seem to be adhering to our flight plan if anyone's watching." "Why do you ask?" "I need to talk to Sal. Let him know where we're going, what we're doing." "Isn't that rather risky?" "We can encrypt the message. We can even bounce the signal and make it seem to be coming from somewhere else. If we take those precautions, We should be all right. It won't be much, just a quick exchange of information. As you wish. Good. Jax reached out and touched the droid's helm briefly. Then he sat down in the jump seat behind the pilot station and joined Din in staring out the viewport. You okay? The Sullustan asked him. You seem edgy. I'm fine. Just, I know what I need to do. Oh, okay then. Din smiled at him, relief all but oozing from his pores. At I-5's precise mark, they dropped out of hyperspace and adjusted their course to point them into Mandalorian space. The droid looked over at Jax. We're parked. You can talk to Sal any time. Good. Jax slid out of the seat and headed aft. I'll use the comm console in engineering. He saw Din's head swivel toward him as he slipped from the bridge. He felt strange. He was being secretive, and they all knew it. And he suspected that neither Din nor I-5 would approve of what he was about to do. He doubted Laranth would either. Well, he'd deal with all that later. Every action carried risk, but he had to act. 14. Jax both encrypted the communication and bounced the signal from the Laranth's main communications array off a satellite orbiting the farthest flung planet in the nearby Champala system. Someone would have to be in the room with Tudin Sal to receive Jax's unencrypted side of the dialogue, and would, if they were able to trace the transmission, assume that it originated several light hours from where it actually did. Jax? Tudin Sal's holographic image appeared as if standing in the middle of the ship's small engineering bay. The Sakian took a step toward the hollow emitter and lowered his voice. What? Where are you? Outbound from Coruscant. Listen, I need to talk to you about resources. We can't afford you any resources right now. Even if I could get them to you, they're engaged elsewhere. Jax frowned and followed the digression. In what? In a plan that you would also be a part of if you weren't trying so hard to win the war all by yourself. Jax ignored the personal analysis. What plan? Sal shook his head, crossing his arms over his chest. If you were here to participate in it, I'd tell you, but you seem about to fly blindly off into disaster. If you were to be captured... Jax nodded. Yes, of course. I understand. Sal unfolded his arms and moved forward another step. He made a beseeching gesture. Please, Jax. I don't know how far out you are, but please, reconsider. What can you and your team do on your own? Stay connected to Whiplash, to the Resistance. Out there, you'll just be roguing it. Here, you'll be part of a larger effort. Here, you can hurt the Empire far more than if you're gallivanting across the star lanes on some wild bantha chase. And you won't be costing us any further resources. Jax cringed. It seems to me that Whiplash has disconnected from me and from Yaman. But that's not why I'm contacting you. Where are you heading, Jax? What are you planning? If you're after Vader... I don't want revenge, Sal. I just want to free Yaman. Then I want to work toward freeing the entire galaxy from the Empire's power. I want to see the Jedi Order rise again. I want to be part of the effort to rebuild. Which is all the more reason for you not to put yourself in harm's way again, Sal argued. What if you are the Last Jedi, Jax? Have you thought about that? What if you're the only one left to rebuild? You may be the only person alive who can transmit the knowledge of the Jedi to future Padawans. Sal scanned the Jedi's face. You have considered that, haven't you? Of course. That doesn't change what I have to do. Sal continued to gaze at Jax for a long, silent moment. Then his shoulders slumped perceptibly. I'm sorry you feel that way. So then you're committed to this crusade. I am. Everything in me tells me I have to do this. Obviously, nothing I say will convince you otherwise. Sal made a weary, dismissive gesture. I wish I could help you, but actually, Jax said, I think you can help me. You have contacts in Black Sun. Sal's surprise was obvious. I did have contacts in Black Sun before they stood by and watched the Emperor ruin me. I haven't been in touch with them since. I know that's not strictly true. You have been in touch with some of them. One or two, and only briefly. Why? Black Sun operates openly on parts of Mandalore and Concordia. I need to start my investigation there. Maybe your contacts can help me out. Sal snorted. You'd do better to go in and tell them you'd shot me and mounted my head on your cabin wall. If you think that would work, Jax said quietly. Sal's expression showed naked fear for a split second before he recovered himself. Perhaps he had just remembered that he was talking to the man whose father he had unwittingly betrayed. I'll give you a name and contact information, he agreed. You'll have to figure out what approach is best to take. As I said, I'm not sure claiming me as an ally would be helpful, except in one case. An Arcanian system lieutenant named Tino Fabris. He actually seemed to have a conscience about what happened to me. Not enough of one to explain to me why Black Sun was suddenly doing the Empire's bidding, but enough for him to keep finding ways to make it up to me. One thing, though, I've always communicated with Fabris through a location scrambler. He doesn't know I'm on Coruscant. In fact, with the hints I've dropped, he believes I'm on Klaatuine. He also thinks I'm an arms dealer. All right. Sal took one more step closer so that he was face to virtual face with Jax. Jax, he can't know I'm on Coruscant. None of them can. Jax nodded. I understand. I know you do, and I'm hoping... Jax knew what he was hoping. I won't betray you, Sal. The Sakian dropped his gaze and stepped back. I'm sorry, Jax. You can't begin to imagine. He cut off and turned his head sharply to the left. Someone's here. Jax ended the transmission. A tug of some chaotic emotion, almost a mental static, pulled his attention in the direction of the bridge. Din, probably fretting over being a sitting duck. Jax grimaced and pinged the bridge. Let's get out of here, he told I-5. Didn't I hear Jax's voice? Paul Howes stepped into the Whiplash conference room and looked around pointedly. Tuden Sal was alone in the room, but the prefect had heard enough to know whom he'd been talking to, and what about. Jax is off-world. Off-world? Already? What happened? The Sakian Whiplash leader lowered himself into a chair at the conference table. He didn't say. Wouldn't even tell me where he was or where he was going, but I suspect He's gone after Vader. Howes wanted to ask Sal why he was lying about Jax's plans, but knew that would reveal how much of the conversation he'd overheard. Instead, he asked, "So they're not coming back for a while then?" "No, and I have to say that may be for the best. He hasn't been right since." He made a gesture that indicated the galaxy outside the train car. "The kid has been through a lot in the past 2 years." The Sakian's face flushed in a darker shade of bronze. "Yes, he has, which is why it might be to the benefit of all concerned if he's not involved in Whiplash activities for a while." "You mean this new plan of yours?" "Jax might endanger the mission." Howes nodded. "He might at that. Speaking of which, I have some interesting intel for you. Vader has sent all but a handful of Inquisitors off-world." He had Sal's entire attention. "A handful? How big a handful?" "All but 4 or 5, by our best count, and Vader headed out soon after." Sal rose from the chair, zeal brightening his eyes. "Then the Emperor is missing most of his deadliest defenders. Where is he?" Howes took a deep breath. He could see that Tootin Sal was practically trembling with anticipation. "I don't know. Ostensibly, he's at the Imperial Palace, but there are rumors he may actually be elsewhere." "I want to hear these rumors, Paul. Every last one." 15. Mandalore was a culture divided. The wartime activities of a consortium of criminal elements known as the Shadow Collective had proved too much for the new Mandalorians to handle. Satine's government had fallen, and a violently dissenting group calling itself Death Watch had arisen to give the members of the Shadow Collective, largely Black Sun and Hutt organizations, a titanic headache. After the initial paroxysm of hostilities had passed, a puppet prime minister had been installed, and things had quieted down. Still, the atmosphere on Mandalore was one of simmering uncertainty. It was peaceful enough on the surface, even with the strong Death Watch presence. But the dissolution of the Shadow Collective had left a large power vacuum. Into this vacuum, Black Sun, personified by the falling Vigo Prince Caesar, had oozed like malevolent slime. Tootin Sal's contact, Tyno Fabris, was the Vigo's lieutenant, living a discreet existence in the old Mandalorian capital of Keldabi. So that was where Jax set the ship down, at a small landing facility in the considerable shadow of the Mandal Motors Tower. She was still the Corsair, but now carried a Tatooine registry. The discretion of Tyno Fabris's existence was a bit unusual. Arcanians were not the most humble of beings. They tended to think of themselves as the apex of evolution. To find an Arcanian in Black Sun was unusual enough, but to find one who kept a low profile was even more surprising. Once on the ground, Jax slipped into a disguise calculated to make him fit into Keldabi's hardscrabble, chaotic environment. He wore a blaster at his hip, covered his back and chest with lightweight body armor, and had bound his lengthening hair back in a metal clasp. He'd even gone so far as to fit himself with a contact lens that made his right eye look as if it had been replaced with a cybernetic implant. An artful scar ran down his right cheek, bisecting the eyelid. He looked hard, like a mercenary, and like he could have been Sasha Swiftbird's male twin. The disguise didn't end with his clothing. It was also a persona that he slipped into. Corin Vigil was a dealer in precious contraband, a man who lived on the fringes in a completely different way than Jax Pavan had done. He'd had I-5 give him a record as both a smuggler and a ruthless procurer of hard-to-find items. The record of disreputable existence was buried in obscure places because those were what I-5 could access without raising alarms. But if anyone looked for Corin Vigil, they would assume his obscurity was due to attempts to hide. Jax had not told either I-5 or Din whose counsel he was going to seek, and so sent them off to glean information about a possible Imperial presence on Mandalore or Concordia, and to further aid I-5's rebuilding. He, meanwhile, headed for the Oyabat Tapcaf, arguably the oldest cantina in continuous service in Keldabi. If there were Black Sun operatives on Mandalore, that was a likely place for them to do business. The Oyabat was a large establishment that took up several floors of a building that looked like a museum piece. It was constructed entirely of wood and stone, with swaths of plaster from which chunks had fallen, leaving artful gaps that displayed the history of the building's various facades. Brown, pale gray, and even an amazing shade of orange that Jax was certain had never existed in nature on any world. The wooden ridgepole that anchored the tilted roof was as big around as 3 men and jutted from beneath the eaves like the prow of a sailing ship. It reminded Jax forcibly that Keldabi had originally been a fortress. He entered beneath the shadow of the cantina's massive portico, eyeing patrons who passed him on their way out, even as they gave him calculating once-overs. The main room of the tavern was a noisy, smoky cavern of dark wood and vivid tapestries, depicting various legendary figures and events from Mandalorian history. Red was a dominant color. There was a lot of bloodshed in Mandalorian history. At the top of the broad, shallow staircase that led them down into the main room, Jax paused to look around. The center of the immense chamber was dominated by 2 curving bars. One apparently served food, the other beverages, including the spiced kaf that the Oyabat was famous for. Both bars were lined with customers, jostling one another for service. Around the raised perimeter of the room, tables were scattered at intervals, while booths ringed the walls. Each booth had a sliding wooden screen that could be slipped across the opening for privacy. Behind the bars, at the far end of the room, was a fireplace he could have parked a small shuttle in. It was from a period in which it, along with a scattering of braziers, had provided heat for the frontier gathering place. At least a dozen people could have sat in the alcove around the main fire pit. It was a chilly day. Flames leapt in the huge grate, and a number of patrons gathered around it. Jax had to admit its light and implied warmth beckoned, but he had business to transact, and no time for creature comforts. He looked up. Overhead, far overhead, sunlight filtered in through skylights in the sloped roof, falling in dusty splendor onto the age-rich wood of the bars. Broad galleries marked the 3rd and 2nd floors, Tyno Fabris was far more likely to be up there in one of the more private areas than down here in the noisy main room. Jax settled on an approach and strode up to the beverage bar. "Spiced calf," he told the bartender when he'd finally gotten his attention. "Hot. A tankard,"
"You're new here,"
said a female voice practically in his ear. It somehow managed to be sharp enough to cut through the ambient noise in the room and yet give the impression of velvet. He turned. The source of the sultry voice was a Balasar woman who was nearly as tall as he was. That in itself was remarkable. Natives of the planet Balasar were often small and frail. This woman was sapling slender, but hardly frail. Her long hair was artistically braided and fell in a twilight cascade over one pale shoulder. She wore a hair ornament that almost, but not quite, disguised her antennae palps, both of which were homed in on Jax. A frisson of weariness tingled at the back of his neck. Those antennae palps, he knew, gave the Balasar a form of empathy that would make her a most observant spy for some corporate, underworld, or imperial entity. "New to Mandalore? No," he said. "To Keldabi? Yes. I usually make planetfall on Concordia, but things are a bit unsettled there of late." She smiled. There was a gem embedded in one of her upper front teeth, a pale lavender crystal that echoed the color of her hair and eyes.
"What brings you into the OU? Not that I'm complaining."
"Business."
"Of course. Look, why don't you go find yourself a seat and I'll bring you your calf?"
"That's not necessary."
"That's my job."
She picked up a tray from the bar.
"The bar guys get snippy when patrons clog up the serving area."
Jax acquiesced with a curt nod and moved to a table from which he could see the entire room, except for a small section behind the food bar. He watched the female server collect his spiced calf, pop it onto a tray, and begin her walk toward his table. She was flirting with him during the entire passage, exaggerating the sway in her steps, and clearly desiring his attention and admiration. He wondered why she found him of particular interest. Though he suspected that she flirted with all her customers in hope of a large gratuity, he sensed something beyond that in the way she looked at him. He muzzled his wariness, channeled it into impatience. She set the tankard of calf down on the table, and he snatched it up. She tilted her head to one side, eyebrow raised, and rested the tray on the curve of one hip.
"Can I get you anything else? Food, some other stimulant, perhaps?"
No subtext there. "I'm not hungry, and I don't care to be stimulated. I need to keep a clear head for business." She made a face.
"Business? Good-looking man like you is going to waste your time on business?"
"Better than wasting my time flirting with you. There's no profit in that." Ignoring the spark of anger that leapt to her eye, Jax reached into an inner pocket and pulled out a couple of small cabochons of erodium. He held them out on his palm, where the ambient light caught them, sparking a rainbow shimmer of color. "Unless you can help me do business." She eyed the gleaming nuggets, then glanced back at the bar.
"What do you need?"
"I'm looking for a man named Tyno Fabris, an Arcanian." Her eyes narrowed.
"You know him? Or you'd only like to know him?"
"I'd like to do business with him. I hear he's a force in this sector." She smiled wryly.
"He is that. Why Tyno?"
"Why not Tyno? She regarded him a moment longer, her antennae palps at attention, assessing him. She frowned and shook her head.
No reason. In fact, I suspect maybe instead of warning you about him, I should warn him about you.
Why don't you? He set the erodium on the table in front of her and met her gaze. Tell him we have a mutual acquaintance who recommended him to me. She nodded, scooped up the erodium, and pocketed it before returning to the bar. When Jax looked up a moment later, she disappeared. He took a deep breath and a long sip of the hot, spiced liquid. Would she? Or wouldn't she? He leaned back in his chair to wait. Ben stared up at the address on the building, displayed in meter-tall numerals above the entrance, then glanced down at his datapad. I think this is the place. I-5 made an impatient scraping sound. A physical address. How quaint. I often forget exactly how backward these Outer Rim worlds can be. I suppose I should despair of finding any parts worth purchasing. The advertisement said they had a plethora of parts to meet special needs. Probably special if one is planning an act of piracy. Ben pocketed the datapad. Isn't that what we're planning, more or less? I-5's head swiveled on its gimbal. You have a point. Den looked back at the droid uneasily, wondering if he should divulge what had been burning a hole in his head since before they landed. He wanted to give Jax time to make it right, though. He told himself. Wanted to be disabused of the idea that their Jedi friend was keeping secrets from his two closest companions. He opened his mouth to say something, but words wouldn't come. If he told I-5 what he'd overheard of Jax's conversation with Sal, he knew what that would mean. It would mean he didn't believe Jax would come clean, that he didn't trust him. He'd wait, he decided. Tonight, when they rendezvoused aboard the ship, Jax would tell them he'd asked Tootin Sal for his Black Sun contacts. He'd tell them he hadn't found any, or that he had, but that he couldn't work with them. I'll give it today, Den told himself. Just today. He and 5 had little to report with regard to recent Imperial activity on Mandalore. If anything, Den's journalistic credentials had caused people to be less forthcoming than ever. He hoped they'd have better luck filling their parts manifest than they'd had squeezing intel out of the closed-mouthed citizens of Keldabi. They entered the building and found themselves in a sparsely furnished lobby. A protocol droid of many recognizable parts, none of them from the same type, sat behind a counter next to the door. It looked up and regarded them with optics that glowed a rather sinister red-orange. You need? It asked curtly. Parts, said Den, for an I-5 protocol droid if you've got 'em, though we are interested in other, peripherals. We? Repeated the droid with a look at the DUM unit. I mean, me and my captain. I'm a mech tech aboard the freighter Corsair. Your captain being? Corin Vigil. I am unfamiliar with your captain, which means nothing. What sort of peripherals were you seeking? Armaments, Den said. Shielding, that sort of thing. The droid seemed to blink, its optics going dark for a split second. You wish to arm an I-5YQ protocol unit. That is unusual. Den saw an opportunity to bolster Jax's reputation as a menacing individual. My captain's idea of protocol is sometimes dangerous. There was a soft hiss as an old-fashioned hydraulic blast door opened at the rear of the lobby, and a tall, dark-skinned human woman, dressed from head to toe in black synth silk, stepped into the room.
Then I'd say you've come to the right place. We can weaponize just about anything here. Even that.
She gestured at I-5 with her head. A lock of shockingly red hair fell over one eye. The droid responded by turning his head toward her and uttering a shrill chirrup that could have taken the paint off the walls. Din cringed, and the woman covered her ears with both hands. I already have weaponized him, Din said, his voice sounding muffled and wobbly even from inside. Down, boy, he told I-5. The droid made a muted rattling sound, causing the proprietress to eye him warily. I'm actually hoping to build the protocol droid from hell, Din told her. Something that seems benign and inoffensive, but isn't. The woman rubbed her ears.
I'd say your little buddy there is plenty offensive. Come on through. I'll show you what we've got.
What they had was a warehouse full of machine parts that were nowhere near as well organized as Jerry's store of droid mechanisms back at Mountain Home. The inside of the building had been all but gutted, and bits and pieces of robotic gear hung from racks and netting or sat on shelves that went up several floors. A quartet of powered staircases, one for each wall, gave access to the collection. The woman waved toward a rear corner of the warehouse.
Protocol droids. Or what's left of them. The ones on the lowest levels are the closest to complete. Some of them actually still work, after a fashion. Armaments and other specialized enhancements are on the eastern wall. And in a private area through the door to your left. That area has rather a heightened security presence, as you might imagine. I'm sure we have what you want.
I don't know, Din said, frowning. Looks like a lot of junk from where I'm standing. You actually sell much of this? If she was offended, she didn't show it.
We have the biggest collection of droid parts between here and the desert rim. In fact, I just sold a bunch of this junk to the Empire.
Score! The Empire? Really? What the heck would they want with this stuff?
I don't know, exactly. Stormtroopers aren't known for being chatty.
But they found what they needed here? Din gestured at the room. She shifted, glanced away at the walls with the clutter of metallic debris.
Sure. Why not? I mean, most of it. Some of it. But, I mean, who stocks blast cages, really?
She frowned at her collection of droid bits, then turned to glare at Din.
You don't need a blast cage, do you? 'Cause I don't have them.
We don't need a blast cage. I would be interested in knowing what the Imperials bought, though. Captain Vigil likes to keep the ship up to standard. He gave the proprietress a meaningful look.
Yeah. He willing to pay to know what the standard is?
He'll pay, especially if we find what we need. The woman smiled. Her teeth, Din realized, had been filed to points. Charming. He smiled back and followed I-5 to the wall of droids. 16. Jax was at the point of going in search of Tyno Fabris himself when the Balasar woman reappeared. She didn't say a word to him. She only caught his eye and beckoned. He picked up his half-finished tankard of calf and followed her between the two service bars toward the back of the room. He was surprised when she went right past the staircase that led to the second-floor gallery. She caught him peering up the steep flight of steps.
Looking for somebody?
Just noticing I don't see much of an Imperial presence here. That's a bit odd. You can't go anywhere these days without tripping over stormtroopers.
They leave us alone, pretty much.
When's the last time you saw any of them? She gave him a look, over her shoulder.
A while.
A while. Days, weeks, months?
Months. Years. Decades.
Don't anger me, Balasar, he said softly. That earned him a smile.
Tylanetha. My name is Tylanetha. And I like your anger. It has a pleasant heat.
He pulled the force more tightly around his thoughts. So you're saying there haven't been Imperials in Keldabi for a very long time?
That's what I'm saying.
She was lying. Why was she lying? If Vader's troops had come to Mandalore, they would almost certainly have come to Keldabi. This is where business began, where intel flowed like wine. They were making their way toward the giant fireplace now. Jax saw, to his surprise, that the clutter of patrons who had been there earlier were gone. In their place was a quartet of people who were obviously security goons of some sort. They didn't dress like security goons, but they felt like them. There were 3 men, 2 humans and a Devaronian, and a female Zabrak. The Zabrak and one of the human men lounged in a seating group before the massive hearth, trying to look romantic. The Devaronian and second human were at separate tables. The 4 of them offered more than enough protection for the individual who sat in the hearth alcove, sipping calf. He had pale, almost translucent skin, high cheekbones, and white hair that flowed like silk over his shoulders. Most Arcanians had pure white eyes. Tyno Fabris had either had his altered or wore lenses. His were black.
This is the man.
Tylanetha told Fabris.
The one who was looking for you to do business, he says.
Corellian, the Arcanian said without preamble. Am I right? Jax nodded curtly. Business? What sort of business? Mutually beneficial business. Jax glanced around at the bodyguards, his gaze lingering pointedly on the Balasar server. Which I'd rather discuss in private. This is as private as you get for your first meeting, said Fabris. A man in my position can't be too careful. Tylanetha says we have a mutual acquaintance. Who? Tudin Sal. Jax caught the other's surprise and hesitation. Both were good. Fabris nodded and flicked a glance at the Zabrak woman. She rose and moved to face Jax.
Your weapons.
She held out her hands. Jax hesitated, then gave them over to her. The hesitation was for show alone. There wasn't a weapon the Jedi wore on his person that could equal the weapon he was. She took his blaster and vibroblade, held up one hand. A small, round device nestled in her palm, a weapons sensor of some sort. She waved it up and down the length of his body, even passing it over his head.
Can't be too careful,
she told him, then glanced at her boss.
He's clean.
Fabris responded with the lifting of one pale eyebrow, then indicated the seat across from him in the alcove. Jax slid onto the padded stone bench, his gaze following the other man's hand. Interesting. 4 digits. An indication of ancient Arcanian stock. But something about the shape of the hand told Jax it had been surgically altered. The pinky had been removed and the hand reshaped. There was a tiny amount of residual scarring. Tyno Fabris was a genetically modified Arcanian then, but clearly a man who took enough pride in his heritage that he wanted to minimize the appearance of that modification. Looking up across the leaping flames, Jax noticed that Fabris wore his hair pushed back from his ears, which were elegantly curved and pointed, seemingly without artifice. The dark eyes, then, must be lenses, Jax suspected, filters against the harsh brilliance of sun and ambient light. The Arcanian homeworld was a dismal snowball, and its inhabitants' eyes were calibrated to see infrared. In short, Tyno Fabris protected himself, but showed his ears to make clear there would be no doubt that he was Arcanian to the soul. Interesting, the subtle ways in which people revealed character. "You've seen Tudin Sal, have you?" Fabris asked. "I spoke to him only days ago." "On Klaatuine?" Jax smiled tightly. Where I spoke to him is irrelevant. "And what is Sal doing these days?" "Recovering from his reverses. And doing a decent job of it, too, to all appearances." "Really? In what pursuit?" Fabris knew, of course. He supplied arms to Whiplash, possibly without knowing or caring about that. He's in transportation, you might say. He tells me you've helped him move things from time to time. Fabris turned to Tylanetha. "You can go." She nodded in a way that suggested her obedience was a form of mockery, and returned to the bar. The bodyguards had gone back to their watchful pretense that they were not watching at all. "What do you seek?" asked the Arcanian. "Information. Perhaps more. It depends." "And on what does it depend?" "On whether you can account for your serving woman's lies." One snowy eyebrow rose over its pool of darkness. "Lies? About what?" "About the Imperial presence on Mandalore recently. I'm curious about what they did here and where they went after the fact." Fabris leaned back against the stone wall of the alcove. "Curious? Why would you be curious about that?" "I was recently on Coruscant and heard that Darth Vader was enlisting mercs for a special project. I heard he was also looking for, but failed to find, a very special substance intended to aid in the interrogation of particularly resistant minds." After a beat or two of silence, Fabris asked, "And?" "And I just happen to know of such a substance. I'm certain Vader would make it worth my while if I were to get it for him. Problem is, he left Coruscant before I could make certain of my intel, and I don't know where he's gone." The Arcanian nodded thoughtfully. "Worth your while? And naturally, if I could get you this information about Vader, you'd make it worth my while?" "Naturally." Fabris nodded again, then pecked at a bit of fluff on one sleeve with his four-fingered hand. "I see. And what makes you think Imperials came through here recently?" "I intercepted a distress call from a Resistance ship that Vader was after. It was apparently transporting some high-level Resistance operative. From what I could strain out of the garbled messages, Vader captured the operative, destroyed his vessel and all aboard, and sent him in a convoy to Mandalore. But I also know they didn't stay here long." Fabris considered that for a moment, then said, "No, they didn't." Jax didn't react to the admission. "They were here briefly. I suggested Concordia might better meet their needs." "Which were?" The Arcanian shrugged. "As you said, mercs, weapons. They had special needs, they said." "Which were?" Jax repeated. A slow smile spread across Tyno Fabris's face. "Now, I suspect that information might be worth something to me, Captain Vigil." Jax returned the smile. "It might be. Can you help me out?" "Possibly. I'll need to check your story insofar as I can. This substance you mentioned, what is it exactly? I couldn't say. That's above my pay grade. But the full information on it is contained on a holocron I happen to have in my possession. Jax could feel the other man's heightened interest as a vague fizz of static, saw it as threads of energy that strained toward him. Fabris leaned forward, his obsidian-lensed eyes reflecting the light of the flames. A holocron? A Jedi holocron? A Sith holocron, actually. And you've seen this data? The previous owner showed it to me. The previous owner? Fabris murmured. You wouldn't know him, and his name's not important to our business. If we're going to do business, that is. Do you know where Vader's people went after they left Concordia? If they left Concordia. I'm sure I can find out. Then we can do business? I'll consider it. I'll strongly consider it. Jax made an impatient sound and moved to leave. If you're not sure, the Arcanian raised a pale hand. Please, I'm a very careful man. In my line of work, I have to be careful. Otherwise, I might end up like our mutual friend, homeless, without people or identity, transporting things. I'll let you know tomorrow. Will that be soon enough? No, Jax thought. Not nearly soon enough. But he smiled and inclined his head. That will be fine. Fabris made a subtle gesture, and Jax found the Zabrak woman standing at his left shoulder, holding out his blaster and vibroblade, his cue to leave. He slid out of the hearth alcove and claimed his weapons. From the corner of his eye, he caught Fabris's movement as he pocketed the holdout blaster he'd had aimed at Jax throughout their entire conversation. It had been hidden from sight by the leap of flames, but not from the Force. He sketched a salute at the 4 bodyguards and returned to the main room of the cantina. Tyno Fabris leaned back against the stone of the hearth, considering this development. Interesting. Garen had pronounced the newcomer clean of weapons, and yet... He looked up as Tylanetha rejoined him, an inscrutable expression on her face. He waved her to a seat, across from him in the hearth. You seem puzzled, he told her. Are you certain of our new Corellian friend? She nodded slowly.
I can't quite put a sensor on it, but there's something different about him. The air around him shivers. It's as if it's charged in some way.
A personal force field, perhaps? That might account for what he himself had sensed, or seen, really.
No. Artificial fields resonate differently than natural ones. This was a natural one, for want of a better word. I've only felt it twice before in my entire life.
That piqued Tyno's interest even more. When?
The last time, when Vader's men were here. They had that thing with them.
Tylanetha's antennipalps lay down almost flat to her head. Amusing. You mean the Inquisitor? She nodded. Clearly he's not an Inquisitor. You said you'd felt it twice before. What caused it the first time?
A Jedi.
Now that was interesting. Virtually impossible, but interesting. But it still didn't explain what his infrared-sensitive eyes had picked up from Captain Vigil. That he carried on his person a very concentrated source of energy. Not a weapon. Garen's sensor sweep would have detected that. But something. All in all, Corin Vigil was a most interesting person. At least Tyno found him so. And he'd be willing to bet his Vigo would find him so as well. Din and I-5 had turned the smaller of the Lorant's 2 cargo holds into a machine shop. which was where they were when Jax returned to the ship. Din was so buried in his brown study of an I-5YQ torso they'd procured that he was unaware of the Jedi's return. In fact, he barely registered I-5 stopping his own work on an I-5YQ head and slipping out of the hold. There had not been a single, complete I-5YQ in the vendor's stock. They'd had to content themselves with pieces from several droids that were, according to the proprietress, the victims of a particularly bad day in the court of the Desilijak clan on Nal Hutta. As a result, they still didn't have enough for one entire I-5YQ. Oddly, Din's mechanical friend didn't seem to mind too much. He was rather taken with the portability the Resistance mech tech Jerry had given his neural processor, and seemed to be contemplating a future in which he wore droid bodies the way people wore clothing. He had, in fact, found in the highly guarded regions of the armory they'd visited some parts, specifically the repulsor generators and laser array, from a Trang Robotics N-101 Nemesis droid. I-5's original chassis had a single laser incorporated into each index finger. The other fingers had been revised more recently to include other defensive mechanisms as well. But the forearms he had just acquired had an actual laser cannon and repulsor ray generator that mounted to the basic unit. What they lacked in stealth, he told Jax, they more than made up for in raw power. I-5 admired the Nemesis design as well. Like his own current chassis, the Nemesis could collapse itself into a small unit, barely a meter in length. But the Trang droid's elongated and jointed helm was fitted with the acme of ablative shielding. When the unit dropped into its protective stealth posture, it looked like nothing so much as a Nemoidian harvester beetle in camouflage. It was ostensibly the camouflage part that gave Nemesis droids their high success rate as assassins. They were outfitted with state-of-the-art confounder units calculated to muddle the senses of targets, guards, and surveillance equipment alike. Din looked up as Jax and I-5 entered the cargo hold. His first look at Jax left the Sullustan feeling disoriented and chilled. He'd forgotten that the Jedi had gone off in disguise, and for a moment, a mere breath, a heartbeat, he had thought the man who stepped into the hold at I-5's back was a stranger. I-5 says you had a productive day, said Jax. Din shook himself. Yeah, for one thing, our helpful proprietor verified the Imperial presence on Mandalore in the recent past. And could you please take that criffing lens out of your eye? It gives me the creeps. Jax ignored the plea. What did the arms dealer say? She said the Imperials came to her shop looking for some special items. Sonic traps, sensor webbing, and something called a photonic bender, and a blast cage. She didn't have the blast cage, though, sent them to Concordia for that. He hesitated before asking, We're not going to have to go to Concordia, are we? We might, but I'm not sure yet. It depends. On what? I-5 asked. What did you find out today? Jax blinked, and his prosthetic iris rotated around his pupil. It was like watching a blast door close. In that moment of hesitation, Din felt the planet tilt. Pretty much the same thing you did. The Imperials were here. They were looking for some mercenaries and special items of a sort. They were sent to Concordia. Logically, then, said the droid, we should go to Concordia, too. Jax shook his head. I'm waiting on some information. I have a contact who may be able to tell us more. For example, prompted I-5. We know what they purchased here and what they were looking for on Concordia. Unless my logic is faulty, which it's not, that tells us the sort of situation we're going to find Yimon in, unless the blast cage and other items have nothing to do with his abduction. I suspect they have everything to do with his abduction, and you're right, that does tell us the sort of situation we'll be walking into. But right now, we're missing the most critical piece of information. Where will we be walking into it? And how do we do it without being killed? Wait, said Din. Am I missing something? What does their shopping list tell us exactly? Do you want to tell him, or shall I? I-5 asked. Jax gestured at the droid. The shopping list, as you call it, tells us we'd be walking into a trap. What? Sonic traps are a type of aural confounder, explained I-5. Photonic benders do the same thing for sight, and the blast cage is a container intended to defeat sensors. One can assume that the blast cage would be used to contain the hidden item and the other devices arrayed around it to keep people from finding said item either through the normal senses or through sensor sweeps. Din looked from I-5 to Jax, relief spreading through him in a warm, cozy tide. But that sort of trap won't defeat a Jedi. No. I rather suspect that's what the Inquisitors are for. The Inquisitors are for the interrogation, Jax said quietly. He had moved to I-5's workbench and was looking down with an impenetrable expression at the head the droid had been working on. I imagine they'd make good Jedi traps nonetheless, said I-5. If Vader expects you to come, Vader thinks I'm dead. Jax brushed his fingers over the dull helmet of the I-5 unit's face. Can you be sure of that? He has no reason to think I'm alive, and I'm trying very hard not to give him one. Din bit back a crack about Jax's foray into ISB headquarters, and instead asked the question that was giving him indigestion. So, who do you know that can answer that where question, Jax? Who's got this information we need? A man I met today at the Oyabot Tap Caf. Local information merchant. A local information merchant, Din repeated, meeting Jax's gaze. And where does he get his information? I didn't ask. Jax turned abruptly from the workbench and headed out into the corridor. I need to get this lens out of my eye. Din watched him go in utter disbelief. Son of a frippin'! This isn't right! I-5's head tilted sideways, and his oculus rotated to pull the Sullustan into focus. What isn't right? Din told him. 17. Jax hated waiting. He wanted to act, to move, to do something, not dangle upon Tyno Fabris's whim. What if the Arcanian decided not to sell him the information he wanted? What then? What did he have that might tip the balance? He'd already mentioned the holocron, but there was no way he could actually let that fall into someone else's hands, least of all someone like Tyno Fabris. He got up from his mat and moved to the tree, opening the small compartment in its vessel and removing the Sith artifact. It tingled against his palm, glowing faintly the red of oxidized iron. To someone not endowed with a sense of the Force, it would look like a pretty little puzzle box, a geometrical container with sleek, rounded vertices and elaborately incised faces. Something one might keep jewelry in. Few knew what it really contained. Jax stared at the object vibrating in his hand and wondered, not for the first time, if it might hold information he could use in his present situation. It contained ostensibly hidden layers of memory below the more recent additions pertaining to Imperial strategic moves. The writings and lab notes of the Sith savant Darth Ramage. Some of the information was irrelevant now. The information on using pyronium to increase the yield of a dose of Boda, for example. But Jax had heard rumors of the sort of experiments Darth Ramage had done, and some of them held terrifying implications. Ramage was alleged to have done experiments in the manipulation of time. Jax ran a finger down one beveled, etched face. Impossible. Cephalons could see through time, into it, past it, around it. Everyone else was destined to live in its stream, and eventually to drown there. No one could swim against it, or strike out across it to stand with the cephalons, and few other species who shared their abilities, on the far shore. Jax had asked Aoloiloa once what his perception of the Force was. He had gotten an answer that was typically metaphorical and vague. Force is see. Force is drop. Force is all. Force is not all. If time was a stream, then it flowed into that sea, drop by drop. Laurent's drop. His drop. Perhaps what he should have asked the cephalon was, could I swim to shore, and, having reached the shore, walk upstream? It wasn't possible, of course, but if it were, would he want to take that walk? Who hadn't thought, if I only had this to do over, if only I could turn back time, I'd do this right next time. If he could manipulate time, could he rewrite his past? Even that was not the real question. The question that haunted Jax Pavan was there something he could have done, should have done, to save Laurent? He thrust all the questions aside. It was human nature to want to rewrite past mistakes, but that fantasy did not alter the fact that Darth Ramage's holocron was rumored to contain some information that could be of great use to a Jedi. He just had to figure out how to open it. Jax held the holocron up before his eyes, feeling the warmth and weight of it, feeling the power that shivered in it. Every holocron was different. A simple data holocron could be opened verbally, or manually, or electronically by anyone with the proper password, combination, or key. A Jedi or Sith holocron was a different sort of puzzle altogether, and the key could take any number of forms. Some required both a Force key and a physical one, often a crystal. The Force key opened the box. The crystal allowed the possessor to access its contents. Jax had no idea how Darth Ramage had secured his holocron, but he suspected he would almost have to be Sith to figure it out, or at least have some knowledge of the dark side of the Force. The artifact spoke to him, quivered in his hand, sent frissons of power through his bones. Maybe. Holding the holocron flat on his palm, he closed his eyes and focused his attention on the heat and pulse of it. His hand throbbed with the energies in it as his force strands reached out to warp themselves around it. A stab of alarm rippled through him. What are you doing? You don't know what you're doing. This isn't right. Stop now. Thoughts disrupted, he opened his eyes and was startled to see the red glow of the holocron enveloping his hand, creeping up his wrist. The heat of it went to the marrow of his bones. He swallowed, closed his eyes again. Stop. Stop. The hatch panel pinged, jarring Jax's concentration. He tried to ignore it, but it pinged again. Frustrated, he swept his free hand to the hatch. Come. I-5 stood in the open hatchway, with Din beside him, the two so close in height and posture that it was almost comical. The warring urges to laugh and rage collided. What? Jax asked, the word half growl, half chuckle. I-5 didn't beat around the bush. This contact you've made on Mandalore, who is he? I told you. He's a businessman, an information broker. His name? His affiliation? Why is that important? Din stepped into the little cabin. Tyno Fabris. That's his name. Jax stared at the Sullustan. How do you know that? I overheard it in a conversation you were having with Tootin Sal. He shook his head. Why, Jax? Why didn't you tell us you've been in contact with the Black Sun? More to the point, said I-5. Why do we need to be in contact with Black Sun in the first place? Now Jax almost did laugh. Why not? What's my alternative? Reach out with the Force and poke around until I poke Vader? Do I need to remind you that if I do that, he may find us? Din muttered. You'd get his attention, that's for sure. I don't want to get his attention. I want to catch him looking the other way. If you believe that can still happen, you're in denial. You thought he sensed you at the Bureau. He sensed the Force, yes, but he saw an Inquisitor. He didn't strike out at me or pursue me. He didn't even attempt to touch me. He thought I was one of his. If he hadn't, I'd have had to fight him then and there. That was what he'd told himself over and over again in the days since his ill-advised infiltration of the ISB. Vader would have come after him with tooth and claw if he'd recognized Jax. I'm going to catch him by surprise. I just have to figure out how. And for that, you need Black Sun? I-5 asked wryly. We need whatever resources will help us find Yimon. Yimon or Vader? Jax shook his head. What was the droid talking about? Where we find one, we'll find the other. And if not, what do you mean? If Vader and Yimon have separated? Jax looked at the droid with honest perplexity. I doubt that will have happened. He's sent his special legion through here to wherever he's holding Yimon. He's sent his Inquisitors there. He's going there himself. That's the only thing that makes sense. We just need to find out where there is. The droid was relentless. What if Vader has left Yimon somewhere and gone back to his other business? Which path will you pursue? Jax felt a niggle of irritation. He breathed it in and let it flow out again. I'll go after Yimon, and I'll find him. Whatever it takes. Even brushing shoulders with Black Sun. Why are you grilling me like this? Forgive me, said I-5. I merely want to be certain that we're in agreement on the goal. The goal is to get Thizon Yaman out, alive and intact. In the back of Jax's mind was the havoc Vader had wrought on his erstwhile Padawan, Kajin Savaros. What the Dark Lord had been able to do to the boy's mind. But Yaman, he told himself, was not an unschooled child. He was a Syrian, and unusually disciplined, even for one of his species. He had displayed an almost Jedi-like ability to think above the physical dimensions and to shepherd his thoughts. Jax prayed that ability would help him withstand Darth Vader's formidable array of tools. We don't have to do this alone, I-5 said, or with Black Sun. We could return to Toprawa and enlist the aid of the Rangers. We can trust them. We don't know that. Not for sure. One of them may have betrayed us to Vader in the first place. But you trust Black Sun? Din asked incredulously. Not at all. Not one bit. But I know I can't trust them. And I won't. But with the Rangers, I can't trust them all, and I can't treat them all as if I don't trust them. Paradox. And by trying to tread a middle ground, I'll put the traitor in a position of power, and the loyal in harm's way. We can't talk you out of this? Asked Din. Jax sighed. Look, I'm supposed to see Fabris tomorrow to find out if he's even willing to sell us the information we need. He may still shut that door in our faces. And if he doesn't? Then we'll see what the deal is. Frankly, I don't have that much to bargain with. I told a pretty glib fib to get my foot in the door. Great, Din muttered. We're dealing with a demon, and we've got no leverage. Jax smiled wryly. I didn't say we don't have leverage. I'll create leverage out of thin air and spit if I have to. I-5 tilted his head, obviously focusing his optics on the holocron in Jax's hand. Using whatever it takes. Paul Howes carefully read the report that had just dropped into his datapad. The ISB had been moving resources about in a most intriguing way, and now the Emperor was on the move as well. In a matter of days, he'd be going to a villa on the shores of the Western Sea. Several members of the Imperial Senate were also planning trips to the seashore. Paul didn't believe for a moment that this was coincidental. The Emperor's villa was small, at least compared with the Imperial Palace, and part of it sat out over the water. This last bit of information would likely be of interest to Tudin Sal. Paul could see that it might be possible to approach the villa by water with the right personnel and resources. He returned the datapad to the pocket of his coat and looked up as the Whiplash Express, as he'd come to think of it, glided into the run-down transit station in a whisper of air. Tudin Sal would view this windfall as a sign that it was time to put his plan into action, which was precisely why he should not know of it. 18. Tudin Sal looked up from his drink as Acer Ash slid into the booth across from him and set his own beverage down, sliding it to the center of the tabletop. A data wafer was concealed behind the cup. The human pushed it over behind Sal's glass with one finger. "Were you able to get everything?" Sal asked, palming the wafer. Acer smiled. "Not everything, but most of it. And," he added, before Sal could respond, "the rest of it is coming." "The rest of it? How much of it?" "The cloaking system you wanted has components that are illegal for public consumption. It will be a few days before I can get those. But I will get them, thanks to a little windfall." Sal smiled, lifting his cup. "Good news. Here's to your windfall." Acer touched the rim of his cup to Sal's. "To my windfall." "What is it? Your little stroke of luck?" "Some Imperial forces are going to be moving in a day or two, and that will leave certain facilities and routes less well patrolled than usual. Something is going on, looks like. Not sure what. There's some more intel about that on the wafer." He tipped his cup toward Sal's hand. "Something? Any idea what?" "Not a clue. All I know is it frees me up to make some propitious moves." Sal raised an eyebrow. "Propitious? Isn't that a bit of a stretch for your vocabulary, Acer?" The smuggler grinned. His canines, capped with iridium, gleamed with rainbow hues. "It is. I'm trying to improve myself. It means—" "I know what it means. I'm just surprised you do. But congratulations. What's the word for next week?" "Haven't chosen one yet," Acer told him. "Got any suggestions?" "Just my word of the week. Insurrection." Acer looked disappointed. "Oh, I already know what that means." This time they met in Fabris's office, which was reached via a security panel beneath a staircase in the cantina. Din and I-5 had wanted to come along, but Jax saw no reason to announce to all and sundry that they were a team. "It raises our profile," he told them, "which is the last thing I want. Better if you two work independently." He could tell by the look on Din's face that the Sullustan was suspicious of his dealings with the Black Sun lieutenant, but he couldn't help that. He wasn't responsible to Din Dur for his actions. The truth was, he needed to be independent to do whatever was best for the mission. Hence, he was alone when Tylanetha escorted him to meet the boss. The office suite was a study in anachronism. The furniture was wooden, some of it hand-carved. The corners of the room were illuminated, not by ambient walls, but by myriad small lanterns that dotted the room with pools of light. In the largest such pool, the Arcanian sat behind a huge desk in solitary splendor, watching Jax react to the opulent space. The colors were as vibrant as its occupant was pale. They assaulted the eyes. Vivid carpets in green and deep plum covered flamewood floors that glowed in the hues of a desert sunset. Overhead, in the center of the vaulted ceiling, hung an antique chandelier of epic proportions and ornateness. It was strung with thousands of small crystals that caught light and sprayed it about the room in millions of tiny, colorful points. Its light was generated by real candles, hundreds of them. Above the chandelier, the ceiling seemed to pulse and crawl with living light and shadow. A rainbow of tapestries from a dozen worlds decorated the walls. Jax guessed that several of them concealed doors. His force sense told him that a handful of sentients occupied a space behind the nearest tapestry to Fabris's desk. This was no surprise. Tyno Fabris was, by his own admission, a careful man. Jax didn't react to their presence, but merely surveyed his surroundings with a cool gaze. Too cool for Tyno Fabris, apparently. The man rose and made a sweeping gesture. "Well, what do you think? Most people at least comment on the colors. But perhaps, with your prosthesis, you don't see color the way most people do." Jax swung his gaze to the Arcanian. "Have you considered my offer?" The pale eyebrows ascended. "All right. I guess we'll skip the pleasantries. Yes, I find your offer most interesting. Have you been able to open the holocron?" "Tampering with such things naively can be dangerous. I had thought I might let Lord Vader open it." Fabris shook his head. "That would be just as dangerous. If the information you promise him is not in it, that's for me to worry about, isn't it?" "Not if I'm to receive a portion of your reward, Captain Vigil. If your reward is, say, death and dismemberment, then I'll pass. I think it best if you open the holocron and make certain of the information before selling the device to Darth Vader. He does not react well to disappointment, and I will not be the one to disappoint him." Jax hadn't counted on Fabris demanding that he open the holocron. Though he'd come near trying it the night before, he now found himself strangely reluctant. "I don't possess the ability to open the holocron." Again the raised eyebrow. "You don't?" Jax's skin prickled with wariness. "No." "Then how do you know?" "It was taken from a Jedi who knew its contents." "A Jedi? Does he have a name?" "Had a name. He's dead now. His name was Jax Pavan." He didn't even blink at the mention of his own demise. "Ah, and you removed the holocron from his dead body, I suppose?" "Something like that." "May I ask how you—" "Does it matter?" Fabris shrugged and strolled about his office, seemingly admiring its decor, touching this or that object lovingly, and perhaps significantly. Jax tensed, assuming the people in the next room were monitoring all of this. "You're asking me to take a huge risk, Captain Vigil. You tell me a tale of a murdered Jedi, a stolen holocron, and an alleged substance that Darth Vader would be willing to pay for." He glanced fleetingly at Jax. "I didn't say the Jedi was murdered, or that the holocron was stolen, and Vader need never know you were the source of my intelligence about his location." "It is the nature of Lord Vader to know what he wishes to know. If your purpose is other than what you've said, or you fail to give him what he wants, he will discover who connected you to him. If I'm in your revenue stream, he'll follow that stream right back to me." Again the glance. "If you're not willing to deal, didn't say that, didn't mean it. I'd just like to structure the deal differently." The huge, dark eyes fixed on Jax's face. "I want payment up front." "What sort of payment?" "First, answer a question for me." Jax tensed anew. He'd been aware of the Arcanian's intense curiosity. Now he feared it might be more than that. "If I can." "You've been cleared of weapons, and yet I detect a white-hot source of energy on your person. What is it?" "The pyronium." Well, that gave Jax some idea of the sort of genetic modifications Tyno Fabris had been given. He reached beneath the flexible body armor into the sash of his tunic and withdrew the gleaming, opalescent object, holding it out on the flat of his hand. The light of a dozen lamps and 100 candles shivered on the curving surface of the gem, and it absorbed even that meager energy, cycling through rainbow hues that rivaled those in Tyno Fabris's office. The Arcanian's eyes were so alight with it that Jax expected him to lick his lips. "What is that?" "Pyronium." Fabris paused in the act of touching the nugget and looked up into Jax's face. Jax felt his sudden excitement like static in the air between them. "Pyronium? I've heard rumors of it. Legends. It's said to be constantly absorbing electromagnetic energy in whatever environment it's placed, storing it in virtually unlimited amounts in some sort of hyperspatial lattice. Those are its properties." Jax didn't mention that the trick was getting the rare metal to release the energy. The information on how to do that was also in the Sith holocron concealed behind the Misai tree, or at least that was the rumor that had come with the device. Fabris's eyes were on the gem. "It's also said to be quite rare. Vanishingly so, in fact. This is really pyronium?" "Yes." "Where did you get it?" Jax's mouth twisted wryly. "Another Jedi who no longer exists." "Are you interested in it?" Fabris withdrew his hand. "I might be. Yes, I'm interested." "Then we have an agreement. Darth Vader's whereabouts for the pyronium." Fabris nodded, his eyes never leaving the jewel. "Where are you staying in Keldabi? I'll contact you as soon as I have something for you." Jax folded the pyronium in his hand and tucked it away again. "I'm staying aboard my ship, the Corsair." "Corsair," Fabris repeated, his gaze following the pyronium to its hiding place. "You're at the local port, I assume?" "You assume correctly. Until you have news, then." The Arcanian favored him with a business-like smile. "I don't expect it to take too long. Until then, enjoy your stay. I have it on good authority that Tylanetha is quite taken with you. She always did have a soft spot for pirates." Jax laughed at that characterization of his alter ego and let himself out of the room. He contemplated exploring Tyno Fabris's domain a bit further, but sensed he was being watched carefully. He returned to the cantina the way he had come. Tylanetha met him beneath the staircase, her eyes confirming her boss's sense of her fondness for pirates. Tyno Fabris did not need to feel the flutter of the tapestry or hear the opening of the door behind it to know that someone else had entered the room. That one, he thought wryly, announced his presence only too effectively. He shifted in mild discomfort. "Is that him?" the Arcanian asked, not bothering to turn around. "Yes." The voice sounded faintly amused. "It would seem the rumors of Jax Pavan's demise are somewhat exaggerated." "And?" Prince Caesar gave an eloquent shrug, his skin flushing green. "And you should abide by your agreement. By all means, let's get him what he wants." 19. Everything was going well. Better than expected under the circumstances. The arms and equipment would be moved within the week. Darth Vader was off-world, and Jax had followed him. This last item was not what Tudin Sal would have called good news under normal circumstances, but since Thizon Yimon's abduction, circumstances were not normal, and probably never would be again. Now, Sal was convinced. It was better that Jax be away as well. That was a trifecta of goodness. Things were aligning, and he needed but one more piece to fall into place. Standing in the shadows of the old transit hub, he heard the maglev coming before it pulled into the station. He waited impatiently for it to glide to a stop before hurrying aboard. He went directly to his private quarters and popped Acer Ash's data wafer into his reader. The contents accelerated his pulse. Lists of much-needed equipment and the schedule by which they would be moved into safe areas scrolled down the display. This was followed by an aerial map of the routing information for the assorted shipments, information that would allow Sal to select where to have the items delivered or intercepted. He saw immediately that Ash was right. There were subtle and not so subtle changes in the corridors the traffickers were using to bring the contraband from the various spaceports. Disbelief crept into the Sakian's excitement as he began to understand the nature of those changes. These smugglers were using corridors that ran very near the Imperial Palace and Senate complex. How was that possible? It spoke of radical redeployment of Imperial military and police forces, not to mention Inquisitors. And if they weren't guarding the thoroughfares around the Imperial power complex, then what were they guarding? He expanded the map view, looking for anomalies. He found them along the shore of the Western Sea. The trafficking corridors there that smugglers had used regularly had gone dark, marked as "avoid until further notice." There was only one possible reason that Sal could see. What they were guarding had moved. His pulse accelerated further as comprehension struck. The Emperor had relocated to his villa at the Western Sea. He was reachable. Sal turned to his communications console, intending to call the Whiplash Council together, but stopped with his hand over the controls, stunned by a sudden realization. This information that Ash had given him was gleaned from local and regional security nets, which meant Paul Howes should have already had it and relayed it to him. Why hadn't he? Tudin Sal activated his comlink and sent a scrambled signal to the district police headquarters. In the engineering bay of the Loranth/Corsair, Din felt as if he had been consigned to some sort of machine shop limbo. He'd surely been sitting at this workbench, fusing oral and visual synapses for days. It was mindless work, but in some ways he treasured the mindlessness. It kept him from thinking about Jax. He found himself staring into the metal cranium he was holding, laser tool on standby, looking for something to solder. "I believe," said I-5, "that you have completed the connections." Din put the laser solderer down. "I guess." He picked up the topless I-5YQ head, then hesitated, uncertain what to do next. 5 took the thing out of his hands and settled it atop the neck and shoulders of the I-5YQ torso that sat on a stool at the end of the workbench. With several deft moves, the little droid fastened it in place and stood back to survey the work. I also believe it is ready for a brief trial. Trial? Din stared at the thing. It was pathetic. The head was missing its crown and rear plate, and while the body was intact, it had only one complete leg and the upper half of one arm. The lower left arm was from the Nemesis assembly. The right one was a crazy quilt of parts from a number of different droids. The left leg, from the knee down, was a thick durasteel rod with a rubber ball set into the bottom of it. If I-5 was seriously suggesting he take it for a test drive, he wouldn't be able to walk, so much as scooter around. You're joking, right? The pit droid's oculus swiveled toward him. Joking? Me? Okay, I take it back. What do we do next? We take me out of here. I-5 tapped his current brain case. And install me in there. Right. Din slid off his chair at the workbench. I-5 folded up into his compact form and tilted his head forward. I'm thinking we should install a secondary cortex in each of my chassis that will allow me to transfer myself as needed. Oh, I see, thereby making me redundant and dispensable. Only you would choose to see it that way. I was thinking of your welfare. I thought it might be best if you didn't need to play mechanic every time a change was required. There might also be emergency situations in which you might not be available. Din took a deep breath. Emergency situations, yeah, I can see that. I-5 tipped the catch on his helm and popped it open, allowing Din to access his cortex. Din wiped his hands on his pants. I don't mind telling you, this makes me very nervous. You've done it before. Yeah, but the R2 unit didn't have a fripping blaster built into its manipulators. I promise I will not shoot you. Please proceed. Din carefully lifted I-5's brain out of the DUM head casing and installed it in the hybrid droid. Its optics lit up so swiftly he was startled. He jumped, took a step back, and landed on his butt on the deck. Ah, I-5 said from the new unit. Ah. Calibrating. Optics are not optimal. We'll have to make some adjustments. In fact, I've been contemplating some upgrades. You sound more like you, Din observed. My resonating cavity is larger and deeper, the droid responded. He tilted his head, shifted his shoulders, flexed his elbows. Din flinched. The cobbled-together droid, Din was still having a hard time thinking of it as I-5, curled his lethal fingers, rotated his lone ankle. Then he stood. Move aside and let me see if the legs work. Din scrambled to obey, his eyes on the Nemesis blaster arm. What about the draft? The draft? Din pointed to the crown of his own head. We're missing a piece of your skull in case you'd forgotten. I'd hate for you to have an unfortunate accident and undo all of Jerry's careful work. Not to mention losing your mind. Ha! I-5 ignored the weak joke. You can use the magnetic clips to attach the Nemesis carapace. Din looked at the insectile shell doubtfully. Seriously? It may not be the ideal arrangement, but it will do for a test. Din lifted the Nemesis helm, activated the magnetic latches, and placed it atop the I-5 head. It looked ridiculous. It looked like the droid equivalent of a long wig. Din was unable to stifle the laughter that bubbled up out of his throat. He laughed until his nose started to run and his eyes watered. "I'm pleased," I-5 said when Din finally ran out of breath and mirth, "to be the cause of levity. You've been positively gloomy lately." "Yeah? Can you blame me?" "All things considered, no." I-5 adjusted his carapace and experimented with motion. With one unarticulated leg and a roller, he could only scoot, which was just as funny as Din had imagined. He felt another fit of laughter coming on, but his gut hurt. He shook his head as he watched I-5 testing his joints, picking things up and putting them down again, except for the ones he dropped. The Nemesis hand had a few bugs, Din noted. He was suddenly struck by the sheer hopelessness of their situation. "Why?" he asked. The droid stopped scootering across the deck and turned. "Why what?" "Why are you doing this? Why are we doing this?" "Could you be more specific?" Din made a frustrated gesture. "Why are we here, sitting on Mandalore, turning you into a juggernaut, while Jax is playing games with Black Sun?" "We may need me to be a juggernaut. And is that really what you think Jax is doing? Playing games? I rather think his dealings with Black Sun are deadly serious." "Yeah?" said Din, laughing nervously. "I guess that's what I was afraid to say. Why is he doing this? Why is he dealing with them?" "He said it. He'll do whatever it takes to find Yimon. Deal with whomever he has to deal with." "And you approve?" "Do you think I do?" Din sighed and sat back down at his workbench. "No, but blast it all, it feels wrong. Why doesn't it feel wrong to Jax?" "Jax is a man driven by grief, outrage, and purpose." "Jax is a Jedi," Din objected. "Yes, but he is still a man." I-5 glided back to the workbench. "Here, put me back in my other chassis. We need to work on my optics." "Yeah, and find you a real leg, or I'll have to start calling you I-Gimpy." "You're not funny when you're depressed. You do realize that." "Sit down and shut up." For the second day in a row, Jax walked for kilometers around Keldabi, poking his nose into public houses and businesses that catered to spacers, asking questions and soaking up the answers and the energies that went with them. He felt no real need of the answers at this point. He was marking time, waiting for Fabris to get back to him about Vader's possible whereabouts. He hated it. He told himself he didn't, that he could be patient, watchful, calm. But inside, he was buzzing. His chest felt as if it harbored an expanding ball of static electricity that would, if left long enough, explode and short-circuit his entire system. Nonetheless, some of the answers were interesting. Stormtroopers had been here, seeking mercenaries with a particular skill set that included an extreme lack of sensitivity to the Force. That made sense. If Vader was planning on subjecting Yimon to interrogation or guarding by sentience, he'd hardly want them to be susceptible to the sort of psychic ricochets that could occur when powerful minds collided. Yimon, being a Syrian, was an unknown commodity in some ways. Jax had always suspected that the dual brains the species possessed allowed them to handle even small amounts of force energy differently and perhaps more effectively than sentients with only one central processor. Yaman had been tortured once in his youth. Jax had asked him how he dealt with it. He said something cryptic. "I hid." "I don't understand," Jax had admitted. "I hid," the Syrian had replied, tapping his skull. Jax did understand the concept. Jedi were taught to absent the mind when exposed to extreme stimuli. Jax had even been able to practice it once. At the end of a long day, he returned to the ship, entering to the murmur of voices drifting up from engineering. He headed in that direction, intending to report what little he'd learned. The sound of Din's laughter brought him up short. Something had set the Celestin off. His laughter came in gales. Jax's reaction was disturbing, even to himself. He felt a flash of deep, painful anger, as if there was something wrong in the laughter, something disrespectful. Beneath that was an equally intense longing, a sort of mindless envy, to experience something that could make him laugh. He stopped just beyond the hatchway and listened. "It feels wrong," Din was saying. "Why doesn't it feel wrong to Jax?" Jax didn't stay to hear the answer. He felt like an interloper, an outsider. Right now, perhaps he was. He moved swiftly to his cabin, slipped inside, and locked the hatch. A soft, insistent chime started up in one corner of the small chamber. Puzzled, he looked around. The light on the Misai tree's container was flashing yellow. He stared at it, stunned to the roots of his soul. How had he forgotten? He hurried to find organics to feed the converter. Here he'd been angry at Din for laughing in the shadow of Laurent's death, while he'd neglected the one tiny bit of her that he still had. His hands trembled as he crumbled a protein bar into the container's food receptacle and closed the door of the converter. The chime went silent. The light returned to a calming shade of green. Jax took a deep breath, wiped sweating palms on his tunic, and stepped back to the center of the cabin, just as the cabin's comlink pinged. He found Din at his cabin door. "There's a woman in the airlock asking for you. A Balasar." Tylanetha. Did she say what she wanted? Din's thick lips twitched. "You." "I meant, yeah, I know what you meant. She won't say what she wants." Jax nodded. "Bring her aboard." "You sure?" "She works for Tyno Fabris." The big dark eyes were suddenly wary. "Oh, I see." Din glanced back down the corridor. "It's okay, Five. You can let her come on board." She appeared before the Celestin could quite remove himself from sight. He ducked down the aft passage.
"Who was that?"
she asked, nodding toward Din's shadow as he disappeared into his own quarters. "Crew. To what do I owe the honor?" Tylanetha looked past Jax into his quarters.
"Tyno sent me."
"And?" She met his eyes for a moment.
"He wants to see you."
"He has information for me?" She chuckled softly and slipped past him into his cabin.
"You think he'd tell me?" "He just said, 'Bring him.'"
Then let's go. She looked back over her shoulder at him, smiling.
What's your hurry?
Before he could tell her what his hurry was, she had swung back around, taking in the small quarters at a glance, her gaze fixed on the Misai tree. I need that information, Balasar.
I think you need to relax.
She moved to the tree and reached out to touch one of the gracefully turned boughs. Jax had crossed the space between them and grasped her wrist in a punishing grip before her fingertips could brush the silvery green foliage. She turned on him, her smile deepening.
That's more like it.
It's fragile, he said, dropping her wrist. Don't touch it.
That go for you, too?
He turned away from her, gesturing to the door. Tyno's waiting. She hesitated for a moment longer, then shrugged and ducked past him into the corridor. She took him directly to Tyno Fabris's office in the cantina, where the Arcanian awaited him, sitting behind his fabulous desk, his feet resting on its polished surface. He looked relaxed, lazy even, but that was a lie. Underneath the relaxed exterior was a strange watchfulness that put Jax immediately on alert. You have something for me? Fabris nodded. It wasn't easy to get, my friend, but let's see if it's worth the price. Vader's forces came through Mandalorian space in 3 waves. The first, as you know, was close to a month ago. They made landfall on Mandalore and on Concordia. The second wave, 3 ships, so not much a wave as a ripple, came through roughly 2 weeks ago. They didn't stop, just dropped out of hyperspace on the fringes of the system, adjusted course, and took off again. The third wave was composed of only 2 ships, also in a hurry. One of these ships sent 2 coded messages, one to Imperial Cinta, the other to a destination in Bothan space. I would assume that destination was where the ships were headed. Where? Fabris didn't answer, just continued his narrative. The messages positively identified the ship of origin as a Lambda-class long-range shuttle, the Quester. I have it on good authority that Darth Vader himself was aboard. Where did he send the second message? Fabris sat up straight, feet on the floor, and spread his hands in a gesture of bemusement. Aren't you the least bit interested in what the messages said? You were able to intercept and decode them? Somehow, Jax hadn't thought Fabris's resources ran to that sort of technology. No, but I know someone who did. I figured you'd want to meet him, so I invited him to our little meeting. A frisson of wariness scurried down Jax's spine. Who would have the resources to do that without Vader knowing it? One of the hidden doors slid open, and the tapestry covering it was swept aside by the brawny arm of a Mandalorian mercenary in full armor. Jax took in his escape options in one swift glance. He was midway between the chamber's exit and a barred window fashioned of artisan glass in a rainbow of colors. Either would serve. Jax knew whom he would see before Caesar entered the room. The heady wash of pheromones preceded him. The Falleen was engaged, excited, but not, surprisingly, hostile. He held up both hands in a reassuring gesture. Please, Jax. I'm here to deal, not fight. Deal? I seem to recall the last time we met, You tried very hard to kill me with my own lightsaber. That was then. This is now. And even then, I didn't start out trying to kill you. You were worth far more to me alive. But you were unwilling to be captured, and—" he shrugged eloquently. "Well, my life was in a jeopardy. It was me or you. Nothing personal. Believe me, it was just business. Then, as now. And the deal?" Again the shrug. "You want to know where Vader has gone to ground. I want—" Caesar advanced farther into the room, coming around to lean on the corner of Fabrus's desk, making the smaller man have to peer past him to see Jax. "Well, I'm not sure what I want yet. I offered Fabrus here a Pyronium gem in exchange for information." Caesar glanced over his shoulder at the Arcanian. "Tyno has a puny imagination. He believes in things. I believe in people. You, for instance. Me. You're a Jedi. Possibly the last of a dead breed. Rare, unusual, powerful. I like rare, unusual, powerful things." Jax's jaw tightened painfully. Where was this going? "What do you want?" "I want to be able to name my price later. I want a voucher, a promissory note. In other words, you want to own me." Caesar laughed, but his flesh flushed an exultant violet. "Nothing so melodramatic as that. I just want to be able to call on you at some point to give me something or some service that I will, at that point in time, need more than I need a chunk of strange glowing metal, or even a strange glowing data device. Yes, Tyno told me about the holocron, and I suppose I could have you open it for me, as I have every faith you can, and give me all that knowledge. Who knows? That might actually be what I ultimately want. But not today, I think. Today, I want to have a Jedi Knight indebted to me." Everything in Jax rejected the idea, rejected it to the center of his soul. "No," he said, turned, and walked out of the room. He had no clear thoughts until he had regained the relative safety of his ship. Then, as the hatch slid shut behind him, his mind exploded with questions. Was Caesar his only resource? Certainly he'd get no more out of Fabrus without the Falleen Vigo's approval. Was that avenue cut off? Was there enough information in what the Arcanian had already told him to go on? No, not nearly. Bothan space spanned more territory than he could possibly cover, even given a Jedi's trained force sense. Might he learn more on Concordia? The first wave of Imperial forces had gone there for their needs. Someone might have figured out where they were headed. Not likely. Stormtroopers wouldn't give up that sort of intel. What did that leave him? Not much. He turned on his heel, punching the hatch open again. "Jax!" Din stood outside the engineering bay, a frown furrowing his broad brow. "What's up?" "I have to go out again. Keep the ship ready for lift, okay?" Din took a step toward him. "What? Where are you going? Not back to that Black Sun lowlife." "No, he's no longer of any importance." Din let out a gust of breath. "Well, that's a relief. Who then?" Jax smiled. an expression that made the Sullistan's eyes grow rounder. "Don't worry about it. Like the man said, it's just business." Din watched Jax stride out down the landing ramp, looking every inch the Corellian pirate he was supposed to be. Scary. He heard a telltale rattle behind him and turned to find I-5 in his new, half-finished chassis, standing in the access to their makeshift workshop. Also scary. The Nemesis helm and forearm looked strikingly out of place with the protocol droid's dull silver torso. Din noticed absently that I-5 had replaced one of the standard optics with one of the odd optical units they'd purchased in Keldabi. The reflector was a bit larger, and the charged unit glowed a fiery amber. Din had started to think of the new persona as I-Nemesis, but he'd yet to mention that to his mechanical friend. He'd almost begun to wish they'd opted for that leisure mech Bobby-bot that Five had been so interested in. "If I read the expression on your face correctly, and I do, you're worried," the droid observed. "Aren't you? He says Tyno Fabris is out of the picture, but he's still got something going with Black Sun. I can feel it." "Did he say that he was going to meet someone from Black Sun?" "You were eavesdropping on the conversation. You know what he said. He was careful. When Jax is careful with his words, I think I have every right to worry." Din shook himself. "What do you think we should do?" "I think we should be ready to move. Why don't you run the pre-launch sequence?" The droid turned and scooted back into the workshop. Din wasn't even tempted to laugh. "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to slip into disguise and do a little recon." 20. Sal put the train in motion the moment Paul Howes came aboard. A precaution merely. There was no way of knowing what the police prefect might do if he thought he had been compromised. For all Tudensau knew, Howes was taking orders directly from ISB. He gritted his teeth as Howes came through into the council car, schooled his face to expressionless calm as the other man's gaze swept the empty chamber, at last returning to rest on the Sakian sitting at the head of the long table. "Am I the first one aboard?" "You're the only one aboard. Have a seat." Sal gestured at a chair along one side of the table. Howes slid into a chair 3 seats down from Sal. "No one else could come?" "No one else was invited." Howes shook his shaggy head. "I thought we agreed there weren't going to be any closed meetings. That sort of thing leads to factions, internal division. And what does disinformation lead to, Paul?" The prefect raised an eyebrow. "I beg your pardon. I didn't quite catch that." "The Emperor's forces have been redeployed. They've shifted their attention from the Imperial Palace to a villa on the Western Sea. You knew this." To his credit, Howes didn't bat an eyelash. Sal had to admire his poise, albeit grudgingly. "Yes, I did." "And you what? Thought it wouldn't interest me?" The Zabrak chuckled. The sound grated on Sal's ears. "Oh, I knew it would interest you." Sal sat in the silence that followed, resisting the desire to throw himself across the table and wipe that lopsided smile from the prefect's face. Sal was a Sakian. The veneer of civilization was painted very thinly on him. Beneath it, he could feel his pulse at his temples, fast and frantic. His Yithroel, his clan pride, was stirring angrily. Why didn't you tell me then? You knew I was waiting for an opportunity like this, an opportunity to get close to the Emperor. Maddeningly, Howes nodded. Yeah, I knew that too. And didn't tell me. You withheld information, important information from me, Paul. What else haven't you told me? That's a silly question, isn't it? Sal stood, his fist planted firmly on the table. The gleaming surface felt solid, steady. He needed that steadiness. You intentionally undermined Whiplash operations. Actually, I intentionally tried to keep you from undermining Whiplash operations, Sal. I hope I haven't failed. What are you talking about? The Zabrak looked up at him with annoying aplomb, his amber eyes showing an intensity that belied his relaxed slouch. Stay away from the Emperor, Sal. Stop plotting to take his life. Our cause won't be won that way. Oh, really? And in what way do you imagine it will be won? I don't know, but not that way. You put our resources into that, and the consequences could be horrific. A chill settled into the marrow of Sal's bones. Is that a threat? No. It's a fear. Howes rocked forward in his seat, put his elbows on the table, and gave Sal a look that was disconcertingly direct. You try to assassinate Palpatine and fail. Even if you succeed, it could cost us the entire network. Right now, Vader's got thighs on Yimon. What do you think would happen if he got more of us? Vader's off-world. Howes nodded slowly. Yes, he is, which means that the Emperor is more closely guarded than usual. By Inquisitors, you mean? There are only a handful left, or so you said. The prefect tilted his head to one side. There are. I wouldn't underestimate them, though. Is he guarded by your men, Paul? By you personally, perhaps? Now Howes laughed out loud. I'm not the Emperor's man, Sal. If I were, I'd have ratted you out long since. Can you imagine the cachet that would go with bringing down Whiplash and putting Jax Pavan, alive and well, into Vader's hands? Fear and rage warred in Tootin Sal's head. Have you imagined it? Is that what this is about? I repeat, I am not the Emperor's man. No, you've always been your own man, hadn't you? Working your own agenda. Sal stood back from the table, then turned and tapped a control on the system panel that dominated the forward right corner of the car. He kept one eye on Howes throughout. It would be only too easy for the police prefect to pull a blaster on him and blow him away. He'd taken precautions against that, of course, and Howes would realize that. That didn't mean he might not test the proposition. Sal turned back to face the Zabrak, even as the train began to slow. It's over, Paul. We're done. You're no longer part of Whiplash. Something sparked deep in the Zabrak's eyes, but he only rose from his seat and rearranged his disreputable coat. What are you going to do? Shoot me? If I had proof you were in league with the enemy, I would, in a heartbeat. But I'm not sure you haven't just been working your own ends, protecting your own interests. You're right, after all. If you were in league with the Empire, we all would have been dead long since. Are you going to go after Palpatine? I'm not stupid, Paul. You've hamstrung me. I can't exactly go forward with any plans I might have had now. You know what I might do. You've known long enough that even if I did shoot you, the information probably exists somewhere outside this room, just waiting to be found. Naturally. So what then? So I let you off at an unscheduled stop, and you never see this train again. I've rerouted it, and I'll let the other members of the council know where to meet as needed. The maglev was slowing to a stop. And now, it's time for us to part ways. I won't betray you, Sal, Howes said solemnly. Friends don't betray each other. But I'd like you to reconsider. If you're going to do something stupid, you should at least have a full complement of naysayers to keep you in check, and the best intel you can get. Sal shook his head, resenting that the Zabrak had felt it necessary to make a veiled reference to his betrayal of Jax's father. Whatever we do now, we'll just have to do it without your intelligence, friend. Besides, you've demonstrated that I can't trust you to give me the best intel if it suits you to withhold it. I withheld it to protect you, to protect Whiplash. It's a nice enough story. I simply don't believe it. The train had come to a full stop. The magnetic field that had cradled it was dissipated, and it dropped gently into the curved durasteel channel in which it ran. Sal gestured at the forward doorway. Goodbye, Paul. I sincerely hope I never see you again. The Zabrak pulled himself to his full height. If you need to see me again, Sal, don't hesitate to call. Paul Howes went out through the forward door, there to be deposited on a deep service platform from which it would be difficult to extract himself quickly. If he had associates tracking him, the Whiplash Express would be long gone before they reached him. Sal sat down at the table again, vaguely aware that the hover train had started moving. The rear door of the compartment hissed open, and Dyat Agni came into the car. The Deveronian singer studied him for a moment, then asked,
Are you sure that he won't betray us?
I'm sure he can't betray us without betraying himself. He's worked himself too actively to protect Jax Pavan. Even if he turned coat now, the Emperor would never trust him. There would be too many unanswerable questions about why he waited till now to reveal what he knew. And people the Emperor doesn't trust. He made a flinging gesture with one hand.
Die. So we stand down, then.
Tudin Sal smiled. I think not. The Deveronian's tilted red eyes widened.
But you said.
The smile deepened. I lied, merely returning the favor. Paul Howes stood in the dark on the abandoned service platform for long moments, considering his predicament. He had expected that Tudin Sal might eventually discover what Howes had tried to conceal. He hadn't thought it would happen quite so soon. He could at least console himself that he'd cut Sal off from any attempt on the Emperor. Maybe. He shifted the energy absorptive shielding he wore beneath his long, tatty coat and scratched at the spot where it met his collarbone. It was a good thing to know about Tudin Sal that he would not kill a comrade he thought might have betrayed him, even if it meant giving up, or at least revising, a plan he had long hungered to put into motion. He could only suppose the Sakian felt his own betrayal of Lorne Pavan and I-5 acutely enough that it still affected his judgment and his behavior. Well, it was a wrinkle, not a tear, a bump, not a breach. Tudin Sal was not to be rid of him that easily. Hopefully it would be some time before the Sakian realized that. Howes smiled grimly. Sal really should have shot him down where he stood. 21. Jax felt as if he were being herded by circumstance. Experience had taught him that circumstance was a tool of the Force. Now, that experience failed to translate into confidence. Whereas before he might have met the situation with his eyes open for opportunity, now he caught himself thinking reactively and defensively. At the Oyabot Tap Cafe, he found Tylanetha at the beverage bar in the main room and had to work at ignoring her smug assertion that she'd known he would come back. She ushered him up to Tyno Fabris's offices, where Prince Caesar was waiting for him. The Falline Vigo was alone in the room, sitting in Fabris's favorite chair, his booted feet on the desk, his eyes exploring the flame and sparkle of the chandelier overhead. Despite Tylanetha's smugness, Caesar seemed surprised to see him. "I was led to believe you've been expecting me," Jax said dryly. "Actually, no. I had rather imagined that when you said no, you meant it. What changed your mind?" "I can't walk away from this, and I'm out of time to cultivate other avenues of approach. I'll grant you your promissory note, with one condition." A blush of vermilion rippled across the Vigo's high cheekbones, sending a wash of warm static down Jax's spine. "And what might that be?" the Falline asked. "That whatever you ask of me doesn't require me to harm the Resistance or help the Empire." Caesar shrugged. "I have no particular love or loathing for either party, certainly. Consider your condition met, but I have a condition too." "Which is?" Caesar met Jax's eyes. "The truth. Obviously, the story you told Tyno was intended as subterfuge. You're the Jedi, not a pirate, and you clearly don't want to give Vader something he needs or wants. What's your real agenda, Jax Pavan? Why are you really pursuing Lord Vader?" The urge to leave again was strong, but not strong enough to overwhelm his sense of duty. "He has something I want." "Someone, you mean? Remember, I was eavesdropping on your conversation with Tyno, which, as you said, was subterfuge." Caesar raised one graceful digit. "Ah, no. I said it was intended as subterfuge, but there was some truth in it. Here's what I think happened. You didn't intercept a distress call from a Resistance ship. You were piloting the ship. A ship that was, as you said, transporting a high-level Resistance operative. Vader captured the operative, destroyed or damaged your vessel, and brought this person to Mandalore en route to parts unknown. How am I doing so far?" "Pretty well." The admission was like ashes on Jax's tongue. He felt exposed, vulnerable, and despite what his life had been like since Flame Night, he had felt this way precious few times. "I surmise you want this person back, or at least that you want to keep Vader from extracting critical information from him, or her." "Him." Thizon Yimon, head of... Caesar's eyes had widened. "Head of the Resistance on Coruscant. Yes, I know who he is. I try to stay informed. So it seems you only overstated the damage to your ship." "Not by much," Jax said. "I lost the ship." The Falline's eyes narrowed, as if he were trying to read what hid behind the bland words and the slight hesitation. So, you want to retrieve your associate. I'd suggest to you that getting in and killing him would be simpler, easier, and more likely to succeed, but I suspect your Jedi sensibilities rule that out. Jax inclined his head. Caesar laughed. Be careful, Jedi. In dealing with me, you may have just stepped onto the slippery slope to, well, the Force only knows, eh? Jax ignored the warning. So will you give me the intel I need? Are you certain you don't want more than mere intel? From what I hear, you've got one small ship, one Sullustan crewman, and one pathetic little droid. I have sufficient resources. Thanks. A shrug. If you say so, here's what I know. The message Vader sent ahead was directed at the Bothan system, but neither Vader nor his forces have made landfall on any planet in the system. There has, however, been some extraordinary activity around the Kantaros station. Jax frowned. That's an old military outpost, isn't it? Ex-Republic depot and medical facility. It still has a civilian population, but it's currently in use by the Empire as, apparently, a dumping ground for high-level prisoners of war. Jax laughed humorously. Except that we're supposedly not at war. The Empire is one big happy family. And the family heir apparent seems to be in residence. Caesar pushed a data wafer across the top of the desk toward Jax. Full intel, including complement, armaments, and station schematics. Are you sure you don't require additional assistance? Ships? Weapons? All for a favor from a Jedi? I'll be sure to make it a very big favor. There was a sudden disturbance in the hall outside the office. A moment later, someone rapped on the door. Come, said Caesar. Jax turned to see Garen, Tyno Fabris's Deveronian bodyguard, shove an R2 unit through the doorway. The droid uttered a shrill protest, but didn't try to escape. What is it? Caesar asked. I just caught this thing out in the hallway, snooping around the door. Caesar turned an amused gaze on Jax. Does it belong to you? Yes, my crew probably sent it to find me. Jax turned to the droid. Do you have a message? The droid uttered a series of trills that Jax interpreted as, Take care. I'm always careful, 5. He turned back to Caesar, feeling strangely more at ease with the droid at his back. As you said, Caesar, Lord Vader is in residence at Kantaros Station. I need a way to draw him off. Keep him from going farther with Yimon. I won't accept your offer of material aid, but if you could create a diversion. Caesar considered this. A diversion that would draw Vader back to Coruscant? I think I can pull that off. How quickly? Within hours. What? Jax started to ask, but the Vigo shook his head. Better if you don't know. Jax grimaced. Those were practically the same words Tudin Sal had said to him not that long ago. Right. I'll be going then. And I'll be thinking of a really big favor for you to do me. The Port O'Call Cafe Theater was tucked beneath the overhang of a relatively new tower near the Westport. At least the top of the tower was new. The theater sat just below the more recent construction on a seam between the old and the not-so-old, its facade an explosion of graffiti. The proprietors had taken advantage of the collection of spontaneous art to introduce intentional elements that glowed with the names of performers and their scheduled appearances. The Togruta poetess Sheil Maffin was on the program tonight. Her name and an exaggerated likeness of her floated next to the door. The flicker of light from the variety of sources made the static image seem to move, while its eyes followed everyone who passed through the door. Paul Howes paused to read over the night's entertainment, then nodded and entered. If anyone besides the effigy of Sheil watched him, let them think he'd just stopped by on a lark because he saw someone he liked on the billing. The cafe was a sea of darkness, punctuated with flickering holographic flames that seemed to float above each table. It was just over half full of patrons, and cluttered with the sound of their conversations. The air stank of death sticks and other inhalants, most of them hallucinatory. He felt the slight beginnings of a buzz as he found himself a seat to the far right of the stage and ordered a hot, flavored calf. The performances started within 10 minutes of his arrival. He sat through a stream of thought singer, a parodist, and a human storyteller before Sheil Maffin took the stage. She performed 3 poems, 2 brief and 1 fairly long, while the prefect tried very hard not to yawn. He didn't really understand poetry. He understood songs. She'd seen him halfway through her set and, though she was pro enough to be low-key about it, he saw her eyes light up. Once she'd finished her recital, she'd hopped off the stage and headed straight for him.
It's good to see you, Paul,
she exclaimed, wrapping her hands around his. She slid into the chair next to him and leaned her head so close that it all but rested on his shoulder.
What happened?
She murmured and smiled as if she'd said something intimate or flirtatious. Howes felt a tickle of attraction to the Togruta. It surprised him, and it was distracting. He stifled it. Our Sakian friend is a bit put out with me. Seems he was expecting a gift, and I neglected to give it to him. Her eyes fixed on his face.
A gift?
The gift of knowledge. She considered that for a moment, then nodded.
What did he do?
About what I expected. He threw me out on my posterior. I'm no longer welcome in his elite club. Her eyes grew round with worry.
What can I do? Try to patch things up between you?
He shook his head. That's not likely to happen. And you'd only make him mad at you if you tried. But I'd like to know what he's thinking. He got what he needed from a different source. I'm a little concerned about what he might do with it.
I'm sure he'll be careful. You're sweet to worry about him, though.
She leaned in and brushed his cheek with her lips, whispering,
He's called a meeting tonight. Late. On L269.
Howes nodded. So Sal had moved the maglev's stops to a different level of the city. Sheil straightened.
Stick around for the next reading?
He shook his head. Gotta run. Sorry. Duty calls. She made a rueful face.
Doesn't it always? Later then?
Later, he agreed. Where? Where will you be later?
The ellipse.
She said, but her hand made a subtle gesture that told Paul Howes she would catch the train 2 levels below that establishment. I may join you. After.
I'd like that. Give me a ping. If I'm free.
She let the sentence hang, rose, kissed his other cheek, and said,
You need a haircut, Paul. What sort of prefect looks like a street vendor?
One other street vendors are willing to share confidences with. She laughed softly and disappeared behind the low stage. Howes finished his lukewarm calf and left, wondering if all that subtext had been strictly necessary, or perhaps wishing that it hadn't been. Tudensau knew that both Howes and Shiel were wary of his obsession with assassinating Palpatine, and though neither had expressed strong dissent, they had both cautioned him against haste. With Jax Pavan and Paul Howes both out of the picture, the Sikian might very well throw caution to the wind, or he might bury his plans under layers of subterfuge, or both. If that happened, he might well take it into his head to exclude anyone he had the least doubts about from his most intimate counsel. Howes could only hope he had no doubts about Shiel Mafine. If he did, it was going to be hard to guess his moves. Tudensau watched his fellow Whiplash Council members take their places around the table. Only 4 now. Acer Ash, Dyat Agni, Fars Silat, and Shiel Mafine. Fars and Dyat were already engaged in an argument about future plans. Dyat was advocating a bolder, more proactive approach through a series of lightning-fast hits on Imperial facilities all over Coruscant. Fars argued that given their recent loss, they ought to lie low, regroup, and retrench, possibly even consider moving their base of operations off-world. The discussion grew spirited. Acer watched the byplay with obvious amusement, Shiel with inscrutable silence. You're both right, Sal said after letting the debate roll for a time. Everyone turned to look at him. How's that work? Acer asked. Just curious. We appear to be lying low, perhaps even to be defunct, but we use the quiet to strike at a target that is believed to be impervious, a target on the shore of the Western Sea. What? Fars asked. Why? What's on the shore of the Western Sea? Acer Ash's thin lips curved in a slow smile. I know. It's the Emperor, isn't it? He's gone down to his villa by the sea. Dyat's eyes lit up, and her face flushed a deep shade of rose gold.
You intend to strike the Emperor, after all?
She slapped the table with the flat of her hand.
Yes. This is the way we should operate. All our caution has brought us thus far is heartbreak and death. If the Emperor expects us to be cowed, let us surprise him and be bold. Let us surprise him to death.
Having flung her challenge down before any who were inclined to timidity, the Deveronian turned burning eyes to Sal.
You have a plan.
He nodded slowly. The beginnings of one, for which we'll need explosives. He flicked a glance at Acer Ash, who grinned, and a couple of cars from this train. Shiel Mafine leaned toward him, her hands folded on the table before her, her expression rendered unreadable by her facial patterning.
You intend to blow the villa up? Surely any place the Emperor would live would be proofed to such an attack. How do you intend to get at him?
The specifics will be worked out with special operatives. But before I go into great detail, I need to know that you're all behind this endeavor. Some of you have expressed reservations about this sort of operation. I won't lie to you. This will be perhaps the most dangerous thing Whiplash has ever attempted. But if we succeed, even if we lose people, we will have cut the head from the Empire. What about the Dark Lord? Asked Fars Silat. I'd say the Empire has two heads. Sal curled his lip. Vader is the Emperor's lapdog. Without his master, he will be without direction or purpose. He seems to be driven by his hatred of the Jedi, Fars observed. If you'll recall, there is a Jedi associated with Whiplash. If we kill the Emperor, what makes you think Vader won't be even more driven to wipe out Jax Pavan and anyone connected to him? In case you hadn't noticed, Jax Pavan is absent from our number. Yes, Fars said, and so is Paul Howes. Where is he? What does he think of your plan? Sal looked down at his hands. Paul Howes has parted company with us. A ripple of disbelief washed through the group.
What?
Dayat Agni exclaimed.
Why?
Yes, why?
Echoed Sheil Mothin.
Can you enlighten us?
How much to tell them? Tudin Sal was stricken with uncertainty. Did he lie to soften the blow of the police prefect's betrayal, or did he impress them with his own decisiveness? He opted for the truth, as he saw it. Paul Howes willfully withheld critical information. Why would he do that? Fars Silat demanded. I don't know. He couldn't explain himself. Which is why you changed the train route, Acer said, nodding. That was wise of you. Do you think he's gone over to the enemy? No. I think he's simply looking out for his own interest. The mission we're about to embark on is a dangerous one. Paul opted not to be part of it. He also believes his withholding of intel has derailed my plan, which is good. If he should fall under suspicion in the eyes of the ISB, he will be able to tell them nothing. He looked around again at the people seated at the table. So, my friends, here we are. If, like Paul Howes, you don't want to be involved in this, now is the time to leave, before you know any more. Dayat has already given her support. Acer? I'm in. Sheil?
Yes.
Fars? There was a long moment of silence before the Amani wrinkled his broad nose, blinked several times, and let out a huge sigh. Yes, I'm in. What else can we do? Sal held Fars's gaze for a long moment. Good, he said. Now, let me sketch out what I've been thinking. Jax walked for several blocks in silence, I-5 rolling along beside him, before he spoke. What he said finally was, spying on me? Providing backup, I-5 said quietly. R2 units were not supposed to have verbal mimicry vocalizers. I thought you might need it. What would make you think that? I reasoned that if Tyno Fabris was out of the picture, someone else must be in it. Someone with an even longer reach than Fabris. I didn't like the implications of that. So I followed you. If you recall, the last time you were in the same room with Caesar, he did his best to kill you. Jax smiled. Oh, he assured me that was nothing personal. Just business. Is this just business too, Jax? Your involvement with Caesar? Jax wondered how much of their conversation the droid had overheard. Then he wondered why he cared. I'm hoping that my involvement with Caesar is at an end. He gave me the information I needed. Now we can act on it. He glanced over at the droid. You heard him offer more, I'm sure. I did. Then you heard me turn him down. We're leaving Mandalore. 5. Immediately. We're going to Kantaros Station. The droid rolled along silently until they reached the entrance to the spaceport's northern landing platform, then asked, And when we get to the station, what then? I expect that its defender will be watching. Of course he will, but I'm counting on him not watching for Jedi simply because he believes all the Jedi are dead. And what if he's right, Jax? I-5 asked. What if you are the Last Jedi? Putting your life in jeopardy, Jax stopped and wheeled on the little droid. What other options do I have? You could get help from the Rangers. We've been over this. There are inherent dangers in that. You could stay here on Mandalore and let Din and me go to Kantaros Station. Unacceptable. Jax turned and started walking again, swiftly enough that the R2 had to scurry to catch up. He had crossed the platform and was halfway up the Lorantz boarding ramp when I-5 stopped him. Jax. He turned to look down at the battered droid. Do you want to die? Whatever question Jax had expected his mechanical friend to ask, it wasn't that one. What? It's not rich with subtext. Do you want to die? What kind of question is that? One you didn't answer. Of course I don't want to die. Really? Because you're acting like someone with a death wish. Going into ISB headquarters, putting yourself into close contact with Inquisitors, and with Vader, coming here and courting Black Sun contacts, throwing yourself in with Prince Caesar, who, for all you knew, might just as soon have shot you as talked to you. And now, sailing off into a completely unknown situation after the most dangerous man in the galaxy. That jarred a laugh out of Jax. Right now, 5, I'm the most dangerous man in the galaxy, because I have nothing to lose. The droid rolled up the ramp toward him. You're wrong. There is much still to be lost, Jax. The problem is, it's not yours to lose. That stung. Mostly because he knew it was true, and that what he had just mouthed were empty words. In a moment of epiphany, Jax realized that I-5 himself was one of those things that might be lost. If they threw everything they had at Vader in one go and failed, you and Din can stay behind in Keldabi. You'll be safe enough here. What? And cut your chances of staying alive even more? I think not. Fine. Then let's get this bird off the ground. He turned on his heel and continued up the ramp. 22. He had the dream in hyperspace en route to the Bothan system. It was different from previous dreams in that it did not begin in the chaos of Far Ranger's ruined corridors. It began at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant, in the broad gallery that led to the great library. He was walking toward a huge, heavily carved door, a wash of sunlight from the skylights laying a glowing, translucent carpet for his feet to tread. He was aware that someone walked beside him, but when he turned to look, the figure, another senior Jedi Padawan in temple robes, was so bathed in sunlight that he couldn't make out who it was. He wanted to speak, to prompt the other Jedi to speak, so he would recognize him or her. but though he opened his mouth, no sound came out. He kept walking, the other beside him, stride for stride. When they reached the library, he would be able to see the other's face. But they never reached the library. Behind them, the broad corridor was shattered by a tremendous blast and filled with smoke and cries of alarm. Jax was confused. Order 66 had been carried out at night, as had the operation that had resulted in Flame Night. What was this? When was this? It didn't matter. Time didn't matter. He had to fight. He drew his lightsaber and turned toward the chaos, but a strong hand on his arm stopped him. He looked over at the robed figure beside him. Green eyes met his.
No.
Loranth said.
We keep going.
She strode toward the library. Torn, he vacillated. What could be so important in the library that it should keep him from defending the temple? They knew how this would end. They knew. The younglings and junior Padawans would be killed. Anakin would murder them with his own hand.
Jax, it isn't time.
He felt the heat of flames on his face, watched the corridor melt, heard the screams of the younglings. When then? He demanded. When?
Time is a spiral,
Loranth said, and layered behind her voice was another voice saying, Time is, was, will be a spiral. The lightsaber was heavy and solid in his hand as he glanced again down the hall. Flames ran up the walls and dripped from the ceiling. The skylights were dark. Choice is loss, the twinned voices said, and Jax screamed with frustration.
Choice is loss.
Yes, I know, and indecision is all loss. I know that too.
We have to go.
Go where? You weren't there, he realized. That seemed important suddenly. You weren't at the temple when Order 66 was executed. You weren't there.
You were there. Now I was, too.
I don't understand.
Time,
She said, and he didn't know whether she was telling him it was time to go, or that time had something to do with her witnessing the gutting of the Jedi Order.
time.
She repeated, and turned from him again. He glanced once more at the deteriorating hallway, then turned to follow Loranth. She was gone. Heart hammering, limbs chilled, Jax sprang after her. The grand library doors were falling shut. In a moment it would be too late. He threw himself on the doors, forcing them open again and sliding through. The library was gone, and Jax stood in the longitudinal corridor of his dying ship. Now the nightmare was familiar. He knew where Loranth was. She was dying in the dorsal weapons battery. Wake up, he told himself, but he kept walking toward the heart of the ship. A billow of smoke obscured his view. Again, a hand grasped his arm, halting him.
I'm not there.
Loranth said. But as before, there was another voice only partly hidden behind the gray paladins. A darker voice. I'm not there, the dark voice said, and now Jax recognized it and knew it came from the chaos of fire and destruction behind him. It was the voice of murder and rage, the voice of death, the voice of Darth Vader. He felt the impulse to turn, but that would mean putting Loranth behind him. choice.
I'm not there.
Loranth said, emphatically from nowhere. Jax woke to the realization that they'd dropped out of hyperspace. Jax? Din's voice said over the ship's comm. We're in Bothan space. He opened his eyes to his cabin, and for a moment he was disoriented. Tendrils of force energy that were not his own enwrapped him. They were translucent yet vividly colored. In the same moment he saw them, they were gone, seeming to withdraw into the Misai tree. He stared at the tree in confusion for a moment, then responded to Din's repeated message. I'm on my way. He wasn't, though. Not right away. He took several moments to connect consciously with the Force, to calm his pounding heart and center his thoughts. Before he left the cabin, he glanced at the tree again. It did nothing extraordinary, but merely glowed faintly with the energy that only he could see. Energy that fed into it continually from the Force. Somehow, Din had expected Kantaros Station to be like other Imperial depots he'd seen. Low orbital platforms that floated in the clouds of otherwise inhospitable planets, or dirt-side complexes that rambled over the landscape, burrowed under it, or rose out of it. Kantaros was none of those things. It wasn't tethered to a planet. It wasn't orbiting a planet, nor was it floating in free space. According to Prince Caesar's last bit of intel, it was somewhere in the Fervsdra asteroid belt that orbited Both system, where the star's original third planet had been. Now it formed a formidable barrier between the Seer, barren world of Taboth, and the population center of Bothui. All this meant precisely one thing to Din Dur. The station was going to be criffing hard to find, dangerous to approach, and almost impossible to escape with any speed. They came into the asteroid field from the outskirts of the system, hiding in the gravity shadows of the outer worlds, then falling in among the commercial traffic as they came out from behind the purple gas giant, Galm. What the Vigo had been unable to give them was the station's transponder frequency. He hadn't had it. Something Din was sure wrinkled his universe. Black Sun runners supplied the station with some hard-to-get items, but they were guided to it on an as-needed basis, entering the system with their own signal beacons pinging and waiting for Kantaros to contact them and pull them in on autopilot. The Black Sun vessel, Corsair, was on her own. To approach the field from either above or below the solar plane was just as suspicious. One of the ways smugglers implicitly signaled their honorable intentions was to relinquish control of their ships to the station. Every eye on Kantaros would have been upon them from the moment they transmitted their call sign. They made planetfall on Bothui, took on fuel, and turned I-5 loose in the Bothan Space Authority's data banks. He could find no transponder code for Kantaros Station, nor could he find any indication of where it might be in the Fervsdra field. Clever of Vader, Din said as they moved away from Bothui toward the ring of asteroids. Hiding his depot in a bunch of tumbling rocks. How are we going to find it? It will have an energy signature, I-5 said. We'll be able to pick that up on the ship's sensors. Oh, sure, said Din. Once we're close enough to register the energy output, do you have any idea how big this asteroid belt is? I-5's R2 turret swiveled toward him. It is 300.06 million kilometers across at its widest point, and has a diameter of "It was a rhetorical question." Jax, seated at the helm, let out an audible breath. Din's right, though. It would take forever to scan this whole structure, even if we took the inside orbit. It will take approximately 5 days, 27 hours, and that was also rhetorical. Add to that the fact that if we don't give them remote pilot control, we might as well come in with blasters blazing. Then Jax added, "That wasn't rhetorical." "I wasn't keeping score," the R2 unit replied. Din smiled, enjoying the fact that Jax had said something humorous. "So what do we do then?" he asked. "Is there any way to extend our scanner's range?" "This vessel already has one of the most advanced scanning systems I've encountered," I-5 said. "But even with that, we stand only a 50-50 chance of locating the station because of the width and depth of the asteroid belt, which is," he added, "something of a misnomer. Its range is almost sufficient to qualify it as a sphere rather than a—" Din was shaking his head. "I never should have installed that vocalizer." Jax closed his eyes, looking suddenly exhausted. "So, up to 4 days, if we scan from the interior of the field, and if we don't manage to locate the station, then we'll have to repeat the process on the outer perimeter, which will take roughly twice as long?" "Time," Jax murmured. "It's always a matter of time. Time we don't have." He opened his eyes and, after a moment's hesitation, switched to autopilot. "Din, you have the helm. I-5, if you think it will do any good, you can target the asteroid field with the scanners and see if we get lucky." "What are you going to do?" I-5 asked as Jax slid out of the pilot's seat. "I'm going to find the station, one way or another." Din felt as if someone had poured an icy beverage over his head. "You mean you're going shopping for force signatures? You're going to poke around for Vader? Do I need to remind you how dangerous that is?" "Apparently," the droid muttered. "You do not. But I may not have to poke around for Vader. If the intel is correct, he's loaded up his little dungeon with Inquisitors. That's a lot of force energy in one place. And one of those Inquisitors is Probus Tesla. Trust me, I will never forget that signature." "There is every possibility," I-5 said, "that Tesla remembers your signature as vividly as you remember his. If he knows you're still alive, then Vader will also know it." Jax paused by the cockpit hatch, his gaze on the transperisteel viewport over the control console. Din held his breath, hoping the Jedi would change his mind. But he didn't. He shook his head, his mouth a tight, grim line. "That's a chance I'll have to take," he said, and disappeared. Once in his cabin, Jax sat cross-legged on his meditation mat and contemplated the situation. What I-5 had suggested was a distinct possibility. Through a series of confrontations, Jax had become only too familiar with Probus Tesla's force signature. It was an alien thing to him. He experienced the Force as threads, ribbons, tendrils of energy that twisted and wove themselves into a fabric of power and meaning. Tesla's energy did not weave. It boiled, surged, undulated. It had made him wonder if the other adepts' experience of it was, as Kajin Savaros's had been, liquid in nature. He had once heard it said that to understand another's sense of the Force was to understand how he or she could be defeated. He didn't need to defeat Tesla, only to pass by him unnoticed, or perhaps disguised. He had closed his eyes and now opened them to gaze at Lorant's tree. The tree had its own force signature, a singularly strong signature for a plant. Could he possibly use that to cover or obscure his own telltale energy the way the Inquisitors used the scales of the Tauzen to muddy theirs? There was only one way to find out. He rose and lifted the tree's pot out of the feeding container. 23. Probus Tesla breathed deeply and let his body follow the path of memory through the moves of the Sarisu combat form. He wore a belted, sleeveless gray tunic and a fine sheen of sweat. He wielded a light foil, good for little beyond ritual combat and practice of forms. He schooled himself, cooled his temper against the anger that seemed on the verge of swamping his self-control, and moved through the steps of the form and the lines of the Sith mantra. Step. Peace is a lie. There is only passion. Cross-step. Through passion, I gain strength. Turn. Through strength, I gain power. Step. Through power, I gain victory. A sweep of the foil. Through victory, my chains are broken. Step, turn, twist. The Force shall free me. Your movements are tentative, Tesla. I fear you are distracted. Tesla did not open his eyes. He knew what he would see. His Eloman apprentice, Ranifra Wren, standing in the doorway of the meditation chamber, no doubt wearing a bland expression that would somehow still manage to suggest both smugness and subservience. In Tesla's opinion, his apprentice was an obsequious snake. But Wren was not the target of the anger he was struggling to master. It was the Dark Lord himself who had spurred his Inquisitor to a passion that was threatening to slip its leash. If I am distracted, Tesla said, still not opening his eyes, it is because of my awareness of you. Why have you come? He continued executing the movements of the form. Perversely, Wren's interruption was helping his focus. He executed a series of thrusts that were both powerful and smooth. To tell you that Lord Vader has returned to the station from his rendezvous on Bothawi. Tesla's concentration splintered. He stopped in the midst of a sweep and turned to look into his apprentice's glittering black eyes. I knew that, of course, he said, but he hadn't. His own inner turmoil had blocked him. Ranifra Wren's brow ridges arched, and his smile became even more smug. Then I am surprised you didn't seek him out. I know you like to be attentive to him. I was meditating, said Tesla, and unlike some among our number, I do not feel the need to ingratiate myself with Lord Vader at every opportunity. I have served him long enough and well enough to know when he is open to approach. If he needs me, he will no doubt summon me directly. The Eloman was silent for a moment, his black eyes unreadable, but his smile was gone. No doubt, but he seemed disturbed by something. There was a different scent about him, and I detected an undercurrent of fury in his voice as he spoke to his adjutant. I thought perhaps you also sensed this. Again, Tesla was caught off guard. Had he been so intent on his meditations that he had mistaken his master's agitation for his own? He reached out now with a trickle of Force sense and felt for Vader's aura. Yes, there was something there, something like dark static. Whether I did or not should be irrelevant to you, Renifra, Tesla said, using the element's personal name to remind him of his station. Again, if the Dark Lord wishes me to attend him, he will summon. The words deserted him as Vader's summons came. A strong, almost painful tug at his Force sense. He straightened, deactivated the light foil, and put it back in the equipment rack, then fetched his deep red robe from a hook by the door of the chamber. Ren's eyes widened. He calls? So much hunger in those two simple words. Tesla smiled. As I expected he would. He belted his robe, hooked his lightsaber to the belt, and swept from the room, leaving Ren behind to wallow in his longing. The corridors of Kantaros Station were sterile durasteel that gleamed a ghostly, muted greenish white. Tesla found the color soothing. It reminded him of moonlight on the fields of grain near his boyhood home in Corellia's Denindre Valley. But the air in his valley had never had this scrubbed quality. The air on Kantaros Station was antiseptic and metallic, though Renifra Ren bragged he could smell the dust from the asteroid in which the station was embedded. The heart of the station was the detention center where Tesla's master kept persons and items of interest. The quarters Vader kept were very near this dark heart. And while the quarters, cells, common areas, and storage units were patrolled by both Imperial troops and Inquisitors, the Dark Lord's private rooms were guarded only by his own immense abilities. Tesla chose to avoid the cells today, skirting them on the broad inner hallway that described a circle around the center of the complex. Thinking about what Vader kept there, or rather, who, only served to remind the Inquisitor of the anger he had been trying to quell. Not only was Darth Vader the most powerful Force user Tesla had ever known, he had always thought of him as a towering genius. But events over the last several months had sown seeds of doubt. He had seen Vader inexplicably allow the Jedi Jax Pavan to provoke him to irrational acts. In fact, it had seemed to the Inquisitor as if Pavan's destruction was more important to the Dark Lord than the wishes of Emperor Palpatine or the putting down of the nascent rebellion. He had sometimes thought that given a choice between extinguishing the resistance on every world or wounding Pavan, Vader would choose the latter. When the Jedi had at last been destroyed, Tesla had expected his master to be triumphant, to bend himself to eradicating the entire network of interfering freedom fighters. Instead, Vader had taken Thizon Yimon alive and insisted on handling his interrogation completely on his own, relegating his team of Inquisitors to surveillance and guard duty. There had been no sign of triumph. It was as if the destruction of the Jedi had not been a major accomplishment. This was the source of Tesla's ill humor. He longed to interrogate the Whiplash leader himself, to show his master the extent of his powers and his loyalty. But not only had Vader denied Tesla a chance to prove himself, he'd made no progress with the Syrian himself. Or at least he had reported none to the Inquisitorius. The one time Tesla had asked if he might assist, Lord Vader had made it very clear that he alone was privileged to work with such prizes as Thizon Yimon. No one else was to be allowed near him. His master's rejection was hard for Tesla to take in any event, but with the added presumption that he was not capable of breaking a non-adept, it was galling. "How capable were you with your last assignment?" he asked himself. "How successful were you with Jax Pavan's Padawan, Kajin Savarus? How successful were you in protecting your master's interest, then?" Not very. He supposed he should be grateful that Lord Vader hadn't dismissed him outright or left him on Coruscant with the least experienced inquisitors and apprentices. Tesla's ruminations ended at the outer hatch of his master's quarters. He paused there and announced himself as a ripple on the surface of the Force. The outer hatch slid into the wall, and he entered the Dark Lord's rooms. Vader faced him, standing just outside his private meditation chamber. The segmented entrance was even now closing. Tesla tried to catch a glimpse inside without appearing to do so. No one, to his knowledge, had ever seen the interior of Lord Vader's private sanctum. It was rumored that only within that specialized structure was the Dark Lord able to exist outside of his envirosuit. This close to his master, Tesla was even more aware of the dark static that hummed just beneath the gleaming exterior of the suit's carapace. "What is it, my lord?" he asked, and felt as if he had been doused with hot and cold water almost simultaneously. He took a step back. He had never before felt anything like that from his master. It confused him. Vader turned and swept across the room to stand at a view screen that looked out onto an intimidating panorama of floating, rolling rocks, starkly lit by the system's star.
"I must leave the station again,"
Vader said. "But you've only just returned."
"Things are transpiring on Imperial Center that I must attend to."
"Shall I go with you?"
"I think not. You will stay behind here and maintain close watch over our important guest. In fact, Tesla, I want you to attend him daily."
Tesla only barely kept himself from smiling. How long had he waited to hear those words? He wanted to throw himself at Vader's feet and thank him, but knew that the Dark Lord despised subservience in his followers. To cringe or quiver when Darth Vader appeared or spoke was to invite his contempt. Those who assumed he demanded complete servility in his underlings made a mistake that Tesla had seen end careers and lives. "Attend him, Lord. Then you wish me to interrogate him?"
"No. Nor are you to use your Force abilities on him except to read his moods and his passions. I want you merely to observe him."
The Inquisitor knew well his facial expression had lost its equanimity. "Observe him? Observe him doing what?"
Being. He is a man alone with his own thoughts and feelings. Learn them.
Is this what you have been doing, Lord Vader?"
After a fashion.
Tesla nodded. "I see."
Do you?
Tesla heard a dangerous note in his master's voice, experienced it as an icy spray in his back brain. He stifled the fear it induced and squared his shoulders. "You wish to lull him into a false sense of security, to defeat his expectations of you, to cause his own straying thoughts to betray him."
You have learned something after all.
Tesla's relief was profound. So profound he felt, again, that warm tide flowing around him. He read it as his master's approval, but it was supplanted almost as soon as he'd felt it by the cold static he'd felt from Vader earlier. Puzzling. The two sensations were so at odds, and yet seemed to overlap.
As I said,
Vader continued,
you shall attend and observe. Do not prepare questions. Only ask such questions as you feel moved to ask. Do nothing beyond that. Nothing. Then you shall report to me what you observe and any impressions you take away from the session.
Tesla gave no outward sign that he was at a loss to understand the instructions. What sort of interrogation was this? "Of course, Lord. But if I may ask, what takes you back to Imperial Center? Is something wrong there?" Dark amusement lapped at Tesla's consciousness.
Something is always wrong on Imperial Center, Vader said. What is wrong now is that someone appears to be plotting against the life of Emperor Palpatine.
Tesla left off musing about the nature of the observations his master desired of him. "I am gratified that our spy network is so effective." Vader uttered a sound that might have been a grunt or a laugh.
Our spy network. It is often next to useless, motivated by fear and ideology. This came from Black Sun, which is motivated by simple greed and opportunism. I trust their network and their motives far more than I do our own.
Tesla went away from the interview foundering in a mixture of pride and perplexity. He had been assigned the duty he had coveted, but with such narrow constraints. There was only one way to widen his influence with Darth Vader, and that was to be able to present him with some intelligence about Thizon Yimon that the Dark Lord had not already gleaned himself. Attend and observe. Probus Tesla had every intention of discovering a way to do more than that without it being apparent. Jax sat back against the wall of his cabin, sorting through the impressions he had gleaned in his brief contact with the Inquisitor. Trepidation, relief, even a spark of exultation. All this had flowed through the momentary connections. But while the emotions of the Inquisitor were chaotic and confusing, his location was clear, as was his identity. Jax had a history with Probus Tesla that neither man was likely to forget. Jax rolled to his feet, returned the Misai tree to its container, and made his way to the bridge. 24. The core of Kantaros Station was buried in an asteroid. The asteroid itself was a half-hearted, lumpy attempt at a sphere that had failed due to lack of gravity. The station was visible as a chaotic jumble of structures that poked or peeked out of the native rock. Studying it, Din saw what he took to be a control bridge, docking rings above, at, and below the asteroid's natural equator, and some docking tethers and space bridges that were used to debark and unload vessels too large to fit into the docking bays, but not large enough to make a close approach suicidal. Traffic around the station seemed strangely light. The only ship nearby was an Imperial frigate that floated serenely in the flow of stone, dwarfed by the ponderous asteroids. There were no surveillance buoys or small patrol craft. "How are they doing that?" he asked, peering at the frigate. "You'd think they'd be crushed." I-5 answered him. Passive repulsor fields, most likely, or possibly, a tractor pressor web. Either would provide an energy cushion around the vessel that would keep the asteroids from colliding with it and would keep it moving along with them. I'd bet on a web, though. More energy, greater stability. Din grimaced. He'd bet on a web, too. I-5 swiveled his domed turret toward Jax. The question is Vader there? I don't see his shuttle. Of course, the landing bays could be internal. He's here. When I brushed Tesla, he was with Vader. Din blinked his huge eyes, startled. You don't think Vader, recognized your, Jax shook his head. I was camouflaged, in a manner of speaking. Tesla didn't seem to notice that I'd touched him. He was focused on something else. Why isn't there more of an Imperial presence? Din asked. Where are the perimeter controls and surveillance outposts? Are they hidden in the asteroids? He squinted at a large specimen that tumbled past the smaller body they were using for cover. I-5 uttered a series of rapid clicks as he read data from the sensors. Not as far as our sensors can determine. Odd. So little protection. Not so odd, considering whose lair this is, Jax said. The physical protection is all around us. Without the transponder codes, a non-force sensitive wouldn't be able to find this place except by trial and error. That was a chilling thought. Which sort of makes this place an ideal Jedi trap, don't you think? Din asked. There are no more Jedi, Jax murmured. Din bit back an angry retort, recognizing in the instant it began to claw its way up from his gut that it rested on a solid foundation of icy fear. Then we'd better take good care of the one we've got, he said. How do you propose we proceed? I-5 swiveled back to the view of the station. Jax studied the heads-up display. The asteroid, there, the one closest to the station, would get us within several hundred kilometers of it. And then what? Din asked. We jump across like green fleas? It's not as if you can land on that thing undetected. I mean, if you had a shielded ship and a big distraction, then maybe we have a shielded ship. If we could slide past the dark side of the asteroid. The frigate is on the dark side of the asteroid, I-5 noted. Jax, I don't think we can do this unaided. I think we should return to Toprawa and enlist the help of the Rangers. There is another possibility, Jax said thoughtfully. The station crew is composed of Imperial regulars, mercenaries, and some civilians. According to Caesar's intel, the civilian crew and the mercenaries get extra supplies through the black market. You mean through Black Sun, Din said, not at all liking where this was going. Yes, and these black market runners are allowed access to parts of the station. Not the parts we need, Din objected. Once we're aboard, I'll have to work that out. The real trick is getting aboard in the first place. We're flying a ship with Mandalorian ident codes. We might be able to pass ourselves off as Black Sun. Yes, we might, but we'd need to have a legitimate cargo, or rather an illicit one, Din observed, which we don't. Not now, but we could pick one up on Concordia. I-5 emitted a high trill and rotated his turret back toward the sensor panel. What is it? Jax asked. Activity in the Kantaros docking bays. Din drew a sharp breath. Maybe they've spotted us. Unlikely, said I-5. We're shielded, and our comm is silent. Jax's hand hovered over the controls of the tractor beam that tethered the Loranth/Corsair to her hiding place. He watched as a portal opened in the lower hemisphere of Kantaros Station, and a number of small, long-range fighters emerged, swarming around the station like gnats. They seemed to be in a holding pattern, awaiting command, or perhaps a vessel they were intended to escort. Jax? Din breathed the name out on a rising tide of unease. Jax didn't wait to find out what their agenda was. He deactivated the tractor beam, fired the ion engines, and flipped the little freighter end over end, then fled toward the inner orbit, weaving among the floating obstacles with a speed that pushed Din's heart even farther into his throat. As he sat in the cockpit of the Loranth/Corsair, watching the streaks of light beyond the transparisteel cowling, Jax did some hasty calculations. None of them was pleasant. Caesar had known when he'd handed Jax that data wafer and the Mandalorian ident codes that the chances of him being able to infiltrate Kantaros Station without assistance from Black Sun were nil. Coming here had been a waste of time and effort. And yet, unavoidable. Jax had to own that if Caesar had told him this was what they would find, he'd never have believed him. There were clearly only two ways to penetrate the station's defenses: a direct assault with significant firepower, or infiltration, which would require further assistance from Black Sun. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that with Probus Tesla on the station, his chances of blending in without a significant number of others to conceal himself would be suicidal. The Inquisitor knew him too well, and had more legitimate reasons to hate him than his Dark Master did. Jax exhaled in frustration. Every answer he needed seemed just out of reach. He was a Jedi, yes, but a Jedi whose education had been cut short by the Empire's persecution and destruction of his order. There were things his master had not lived long enough to teach him, things he'd had to learn imperfectly on his own, many of them from Loranth. He had discovered on his own the ability to wrap his Force signature in the energies and colors of disguise. Now he wished he'd understood how to take that principle further. Was it a form of psychometry, perhaps? When he had touched the Inquisitor, Tesla, he had first imagined himself passing through the Misai tree, wrapping ribbons of its life force around him, clothing himself in them, or perhaps mimicking them. He honestly wasn't sure which, if either, was the reality. He knew only that he had projected something other into the station, something that was not entirely Jax Pavan. Now he had to wonder, had his activity been sensed by either Vader or his apprentice? Is that what the sudden activity had been about? It would be several hours before they'd emerge into normal space near Mandalore, where they were ostensibly going to reprovision and refuel before stopping off on Concordia in search of an illicit cargo. Din and I-5 wouldn't know until it was too late to talk him out of it that he had no intention of going to Concordia at all. 25. Tudin Sal sat in a faux wood chair in one of 4 themed cafes attached to the Hotel Sunspire. The name was not inaccurate. Every suite and condo in the huge, glittering tower had a sunny view of the western sea. If you had the credits, you could bide there a while. If you didn't, but dressed as you did, you could pretend. Sal was doing that now, pretending to be just another wealthy visitor to the seashore, sipping hot caf and reading the latest news from a datapad. What he was doing, in fact, was taking readings of direction and distance between the various points his people had identified as necessary connections in their plan. And he was awaiting a signal. Down along the docks of the rich, the famous, and the politically astute, there was constant need for upkeep. Machines scrubbed the docks, the boats, the water, and the shoreline. But someone had to mind those machines. And sometimes, when a machine broke down in the water, as happened now and again, someone, usually of an aquatic species, had to go repair it. There was a maintenance crew in the water at the moment, in fact, engaged in the process of repairing a skimmer bot, the sole purpose of which was to keep the surface of the water free of unsightly or potentially dangerous debris. The crew was made up of a Nautolan and a Mon Calamari. The Nautolan was in the water with the broken bot, while the Mon Cal monitored the repair from the docks. As Sal watched, the Nautolan completed his repairs, sent the water skimmer on its way, swam back to shore in a series of effortless strokes, and pulled himself out of the water, the tips of his dorsal head tresses lifting to perform a serpentine dance. Tudin Sal smiled. If all the control overrides and charges were planted that easily, bringing Palpatine's palatial seaside home down on his head was going to be simpler than he'd thought. When this was over, he decided, the Nautolans who had come up with the idea would deserve a Hutt's reward. The entire resistance movement would owe them that. In the next several days, 50 of the little cleaning bots would come up for routine maintenance. Their team of Whiplash associates, all carefully inserted into the maintenance crews in ways both mundane and ingenious, could service roughly 2/3 of them. Others would seemingly forget their programming and run amok, necessitating emergency measures to set them right again. In the end, Whiplash would have roughly 70 obedient, highly charged assassins on its hands. They would assuredly bring down a large portion of the Emperor's seaside palace and his landing pad. In the event that this failed to kill him, there was a contingency plan. If the Emperor attempted to flee by water, he would be the victim of a second wave of killer maintenance bots and Nautilin assassins. And if he tried to leave by surface streets, other Whiplash operatives in the area would surely be able to penetrate his weakened defense forces and destroy him. Emperor Palpatine's senses were clouded by arrogance. He thought far too highly of his own powers and those of his lieutenant, Darth Vader. He was about to find out how limited they were against sly and unpredictable enemies. Sal finished off his calf and pushed his datapad into his pocket. He felt good about his plan, despite what naysayers like Jax Pavan and traitors like Paul Howes might think. This was the right course of action. The only course of action that made any sense. Yiman and his executive council had been too timid. His being abducted while fleeing Coruscant was proof of that, and also, perhaps, a fitting reward for such timidity. It fell to stronger leadership to see what had to be done and simply do it. Probus Tesla did not wait long to attend Thizon Yiman in his cell at the core of Kantaros Station. He had been curious about the accommodations the Whiplash leader had been accorded, had imagined all manner of ways in which Darth Vader might seek to undermine the Syrian's rock-like calm, once he'd emerged from his self-induced catatonia. This Yiman had done, but apparently what Darth Vader had encountered in the other man's mind was not at all what he had expected. Tesla knew nothing of either his master's expectations or his findings. What he did know was that Vader had acquired a large blast cage intended to defeat electronic surveillance, kinetic energy, and psychic signals. He was surprised to find that the Whiplash leader was being held not in that shielded environment, but in a cavernous room whose upper dimensions were cloaked so completely in shadow that, from Yiman's perspective, the place must seem as endless and dark as space itself. But though the outer regions of that place were in utter blackness, the spot where Yiman sat cross-legged on the floor, he had been given no furniture of any kind, was lit harshly from a single overhead source that beat down like a merciless sun. That was puzzling. Tesla knew that sleep deprivation was a cardinal factor in successful interrogation, but all Yiman needed to do to find blessed darkness was walk away from the light. That may have had symbolic or spiritual significance to a religious zealot like Yiman, but that certainly wouldn't have kept him from sleeping away his days and hours here. Only when he had watched the prisoner for several minutes from his hidden gallery high along one wall did Tesla realize the ingenuity of his master's devices. When Thizon Yiman moved, the light moved with him, bathing him continually in harsh, white brilliance, while leaving all beyond the cloak of radiance in utter darkness. In addition, he discovered that the blast cage had been incorporated into the Watcher's gallery, thus minimizing the likelihood that the psychically sensitive individual in the room below would know he was being observed. In the dim confines of Tesla's eyrie, a soft tone sounded, and a computer voice said,
Subject's heart rate has reached resting levels.
The room was suddenly barraged with a chaos dance of light, movement, and sound. Tiny, glittering lights spun and wove through the darkness, and a cacophonous blend of arrhythmic and atonal sounds swirled around the Syrian prisoner. Yimon rose from the floor and moved slowly to the outer perimeter of the room, finding the wall beneath Tesla's observation chamber and moving along it, trailing his fingertips over the surface. He never once opened his eyes. Tesla was astounded. A frisson of some unnameable emotion scurried between his shoulder blades. Surely it was only coincidence that the spot Yimon had navigated to lay directly below where his watcher was concealed. The Inquisitor watched through the filtered and enhanced transparisteel of the observation chamber's wall as the prisoner made his way steadily, even briskly, around the outer perimeter of his huge prison cell. He turned at the last corner and made his way up the wall toward where he had begun, seemingly oblivious to the spinning lights and the blare of sound. Yimon stopped walking in exactly the place he had begun his sojourn. He stretched, rolled his large head on his shoulders, then made a second circuit around the room, again stopping in the exact spot he had previously. Well, of course, he was simply counting footsteps. He must have made that same circuit repeatedly in the time he'd been there. There was nothing particularly noteworthy about that, though the eerie serenity of the man was disconcerting. Tesla wondered if the Dark Lord found it so. The Watcher turned from his window. Now was as good a time as any to begin attending the prisoner. 26. "You gonna come with us to this little mercenary store?" Din asked Jax as the Jedi put the final touches on what Din thought of as his pirate costume. Jax inserted his faux cyber lens and turned to look at him. "I've got another errand I need to take care of at the Tap Caf." Din shivered at the strangeness of the seemingly mechanical eye. "Yeah? And what might that be?" "I need to talk to Tyno Fabris about something." "Tyno Fabris?" I-5 asked as he entered the tiny crew's commons, wearing his pit droid persona. "Or Prince Caesar?" "Does it matter?" "Not really. Black Sun is Black Sun. One member is just as slimy and dangerous as the next." Jax tied the closes of his jacket with extraordinary care. 5. "What can you possibly have to say to him? You refused his additional help the last time you met, if you'll recall." The droid sat. "I thought it was one of the smartest decisions you've made of late." "Meaning?" "Meaning I think it would be a bad idea to go back and deal with Caesar further. He can't be trusted." "Except not to be trustworthy," Din muttered. "Who said I trusted him? I don't, but I need his resources. He can get us on to Kantaro's station with some of his smugglers, and he may be able to provide cover or camouflage for us if we should happen to need it." "For which he will demand what, Jax?" I-5 asked. "Something you can't afford to give?" "We've had this discussion before. We apparently need to have it again." Din looked back and forth between the Jedi and the droid. Under other circumstances, he would have found the picture hilarious. A piratical human facing off against a meter-tall pit droid. Ludicrous. He could feel the tension between the two crawling on his skin. Jax was the definition of grim, and I-5YQ bristled with righteous indignation. It was almost like a standoff between a father and son. Din swallowed an inappropriate chuckle when Jax observed, "This must be what it's like to have a father." "Sometimes you seem to need one," the droid responded. "What I need," Jax ground out, "is a Jedi Master, but I don't have that. What I need is Loranth, but I don't have her either. What I need is not to have put Yimon in harm's way, but I did. What I need is the training and the experience to go head-to-head with Vader, but I lack that as well. The last time I faced him, I had help. A lot of it. And even with all that help, it took Vader overreaching and Renan throwing his life away to even get us out of there alive. Right now, I've got Caesar and his resources, and I'm willing to use them." "This is a mistake, Jax," I-5 told him. "For a Jedi Knight to be in the service of a Black Sun Vigo, I don't like it either, but it's what we've got." Din realized he'd been shaking his head for the last minute or so. Jax, we can't." Jax fixed him with a cold gaze. "Maybe you can't, but I have to. If you don't want to be part of this, then don't be. I'm sure I can catch a ride on one of Caesar's ships." "Then perhaps you should," said I-5. Jax slipped his lightsaber under the folds of his jacket and left the ship, leaving Din to stare after him. "Come on, Din," I-5 said. "We too have errands to take care of. I think it behooves us to get my retrofit completed as soon as possible." "Do you really mean to bail on Jax? Can't we what? Stick with him to the bitter end? Watch him sell his soul to Black Sun, to Prince Caesar? If he's determined to go after Yimon using Black Sun resources, what can we do? Sit here in Keldabi and hold our breath." "I don't breathe." "Was that a joke?" "I'm not kidding, Five. I'm scared. Something's happening to Jax, and I feel powerless to help." "I don't think we can help. Not without getting help ourselves." "What did you have in mind?" "If he's intent on going to Kantaros Station, perhaps we should go back to Toprawa and gather some forces there. We might be able to mount an attack on the station that would give Jax some much-needed cover, and provide a distraction for the Imperials while he extracts Yimon." "That sounds insane." "It probably is." "Okay, let me put that another way. Do you think we'd stand the slightest chance of success?" "I don't know." Those, Din thought, were the 3 bleakest words he had ever heard. Jax arrived at the Oyabat Tapcaf to find Tyno Fabris once more ensconced in his garish office. Tylanetha did her best to keep Jax from going up, but he sensed that had more to do with her own agenda than her boss's. At last, she escorted him to the upstairs suite, dropping unsubtle hints about how exciting life on a smuggler's ship must be. "Exciting?" Jax repeated. "Hardly. Cramped, boring, and dangerous."
There are ways to alleviate boredom,
she said, smiling. He turned at Fabris's office door to give her a quelling look. "The last woman who shipped with me is dead," he said tonelessly. "What else would you like to know?" He'd shocked her, frightened her a little. Her energies curled away from him. Still, to her credit, she recovered quickly enough to ask,
"Do you care that she's dead?"
The question, unexpected as it was, almost gutted him. Though he kept his face shuttered, he knew that the Balasar with her sensitivity to shifts in emotion, was not fooled. He shook himself. Focus. Let Fabris know I'm here, he said.
Already have. Go on in. He's waiting for you.
She swung away and went back down the flight of rough-hewn wooden stairs, her long, pale hair flying behind her like a cloak. Fabris's door opened at a touch. Entering, Jax scanned the room, but his eyes only confirmed what his Jedi senses had already told him. The Arcanian was alone. Where's Caesar? He asked. Why would you expect to find him here? Yours is a done deal. You got what you wanted, and I had the distinct impression that you wanted nothing more to do with us. So did he. I don't want to have anything more to do with you. Unfortunately, I need to. The Arcanian flicked a glance toward the tapestry to the right of his desk. That's too bad, because I don't know if he'll see you. Prince Caesar is a busy man. Jax took 2 long strides to the desk and slammed both hands down in the center of its broad, vivid surface, scattering flimsies, tablets, and writing utensils, along with some of the knickknacks that littered the top. A statuette of a Dathomir warrior toppled and rolled off the desk and onto the floor, hitting the carpet with a solid thunk. I don't have time for games. Caesar will see me because I am potentially useful to him. Do you want to be responsible for depriving the prince of something he considers useful? Fabris's smile disappeared as if it had been vacuumed from his face. He chewed the inside of his lip for a moment, struggling with his temper. Clearly he wanted to send the Jedi packing, but business came before pride. Jax raised one hand and held it up before the other man's face. He summoned the fallen statuette to it, a sharp impact against his palm, no less satisfying than Fabris's reaction to it. The Arcanian jumped as if he'd been shocked. Fear, sudden and raw, flooded his eyes. I'll let him know you've returned, Fabris murmured, his lips barely moving. I'd lay odds he already knows, Jack said. In fact, I'll bet he was expecting me. This time. He felt the tingle of pheromones before he heard the sound of applause from a single pair of hands. He turned as Prince Caesar entered the room through the hidden door, his Mandalorian bodyguard holding back the tapestry that had concealed it. Very subtle display of force, Jedi, Caesar said. You continue to surprise me. You're wrong, you know. I wasn't sure I'd see you again. Did you go to Kantaros Station? I did. Really? And lived to tell about it? I congratulate you. In fact, I congratulate you on even finding it. How did you accomplish that miracle? How do you think I accomplished it? Caesar's smile was slow and altogether vile. That is a marvelous talent you have, Jedi, to be able to sense the presence of other powerful adepts at such distances. Marvelous, and extremely valuable. Jax quelled the rebellion of conscience the Falling's words evoked. He needed Caesar, needed him, if he was going to infiltrate the station. Yes, it is. What do you want for it? I want to get onto Kantaros Station. That should be easy to achieve, given that your ships go there on occasion. Beyond that, I'll need to get to Yemon and get him into a disguise, or some sort of container that we can then get back aboard the ship. How do you propose to even get to him? There are inquisitors, on that station. I'll take care of that. I've dealt with Inquisitors before. Something kindled deep in Caesar's violet eyes, and his skin flushed toward copper. Ah, another valuable talent. It's been that. Now, about when we go now. The time is now, and for a very good reason. My distraction worked quite well. Darth Vader has left Kantaros Station to return to Imperial Center. Probus Tesla stood just inside the great, barren chamber that was Yamon's cell, and regarded his prisoner with interest. The Syrian was sitting, as usual, in a meditative posture, seemingly quite unfazed by the chaotic blare of sounds bombarding him. Something to do with that dual cortex, Tesla suspected. He would mention it when his master returned. Now he raised a hand, causing the barrage of sound to cease. Yamon didn't move, though Tesla sensed a change in the level of the other man's awareness of the outer world. Tesla approached slowly, moving to stand before the Whiplash leader where he sat, under his cone of brilliant light. The Inquisitor stayed just at the edge of the veil of shadows, knowing that he looked sinister and imposing in his cowled robe. He regarded the Syrian silently for a moment, and was bemused at his complete lack of response. Curious, he reached out with a rivulet of the Force, and touched the other's consciousness. He met a serene pool of calm, with barely a ripple to mar its surface. Mesmerized, he dared to explore the pool. It was so calm and clear, he imagined he could see to its depths. It was only when he had swum to the center of that pool that he became aware of what he couldn't see. Aware, in fact, that he floated above a fathomless unknown. Tesla dragged himself forcibly back to the shore of his own consciousness, with the stunned impression that the depths, unseen, of Thyzon Yimon's mind hid something unsettlingly alien. He shook himself. He felt as if he, the Watcher, was himself being watched. Perhaps this was why his master had ordered him only to attend. Vader must have known what touching this alien consciousness would lead him to imagine. And perhaps your master underestimates you. That was his pride talking, of course. Pride that had taken somewhat of a beating in his prior encounters with Whiplash operatives, most especially with Jax Pavan. But that did not cause him to dismiss the idea out of hand. One thing he knew. He had been given the authority for Kantaros Station in Lord Vader's absence. He would not let the opportunity to show his worth slip by. He squatted half in the shadows, put back his hood, and gazed into Thyzon Yimon's face. "I will know you, Syrian," he told him. "By the time Lord Vader returns, I will know you." The amber eyes snapped open, boring into Tesla's. It was all he could do not to flinch. "Do you know yourself?" Yamon asked, his voice husky with disuse. He closed his eyes again, and his mind. Tesla waited a moment, but the prisoner said no more. He rose then, replacing his cowl. He wanted to let the Syrian know he recognized his pathetic attempt at manipulation, but he realized before the words left his lips that even that much acknowledgment gave ground. Better than you can imagine, he told the prisoner, and withdrew from the room. He pondered Thizan Yimon as if the Syrian were a mathematical equation or a logical conundrum. He trusted his instincts, and his instincts told him that the secret to compromising the Whiplash leader lay in neutralizing his dual cortex. The strategy? Divide and conquer. He wondered if Vader had considered seeking some way to separate the Syrian's cortices. In pursuit of that information, he went over the record of Yimon's interrogations and treatment. Though there was repeated mention of the power of his intelligence, there was no reference to its peculiar nature. An oversight? Or a test? If it was the former, Probus Tesla would exploit it. If it was the latter, he would rise to it. 27.
That is a most interesting necklace.
Paul Howes looked up at the sound of Sheil Mawthin's mellifluous voice and smiled inwardly, knowing it was not the necklace she found interesting, but the Togruta skin suit he wore that transformed him into a handsome male of her own species. She had recognized him, he knew, only by the fact that he was wearing a rancor tooth pendant, which, according to their prearranged agreement, he would be toying with. Thanks. You have the speaking voice of an angel. He reached over to pull a chair out from the small table from which he'd watched her performance. May I offer you a drink?
I'd love one, thanks.
She sat down opposite him, smiling.
You're new here.
I saw your picture out front. Thought I'd see if you sounded as good as you looked.
And?
Like I said, you have a beautiful speaking voice, and your selection of poetry is stellar. They ordered drinks, talked flirtatiously, and left for Sheil's Connaught. It was a nice place, but then Sheil Mawthin was a well-known and much-admired performer in the sector. Howes recognized she must do pretty well for herself to be able to afford a suite of rooms so high up on her reza block. A gleaming, carpeted hallway led to her door, which opened into a main room that was decorated in rich shades of green and furnished with pieces that looked as if they were fashioned of real wood. She noticed him studying the furniture.
Yes, it's real. I had it imported from my homeworld. The forest valleys of Shili are very dear to me.
Very nice. He caught her expression and laughed. No, I mean it. It's beautiful. He didn't mention that the greens clashed a bit with her rosy complexion. She smiled, sharp canines showing.
Make yourself at home. I'll get us some calf.
As she spoke, she removed her shoulder bag and withdrew from it what looked like a makeup case. It wasn't, he knew. It was a portable sensor array, or SAP, as the military liked to call them, short for Sensor Array Portable. As she crossed the cozy living area and went into the kitchen, he got out his datapad and activated its sensors. In less than a minute, he had ascertained that the living room was free of surveillance devices. Howes relaxed, sat down on a forest green divan, and scanned the room visually. It took him several moments to realize that the view outside of the large living room window was real. Those were the real spires of the Imperial Palace, not holographic images of them. Whoa! He was drawn to the window as if by a magnet, mesmerized by the play of light and shadow among the cloud cutters and sky grazers.
Whoa, indeed. I bet you don't often get to see that view in your line of work.
Sheil Mawthin had re-entered the room. Howes was surprised that she was carrying a tray with steaming mugs of calf and a dish of some sort of candied fruit. No, not often. I've visited the Security Bureau a number of times, but even then, I've never seen the palace from this angle.
The kitchen's clean.
Have you ever found surveillance bugs in here?
Only when I first moved in. I just made a splash in the local performance and art world, and I think the Imperials wanted to vet me. I left the bugs there for a while to establish that I was a good, upstanding citizen, then accidentally destroyed them when I had the place redecorated. Since then, nothing.
She handed him a mug.
Did I mention that you make a handsome Togruta?
He chuckled. As opposed to a homely Zabrak?
I didn't say that, or mean it. You're a handsome Zabrak, too. Just a bit scruffy.
She wrinkled her nose when she said it, and for a moment he considered that perhaps he didn't need to always look like a demented street rat. Then again, it was such a useful thing. It nearly always caused people to underestimate him. He took a sip of the calf. What's the situation? Shiel's smile drained away.
Sal is going through with it, Here's what really worries me. He's doing all this with minimal input from the full Whiplash Council.
I'm starting to think that's the way Toot Sal works, Howes agreed. Divide and control. Shiel nodded.
He's not only divided the authority among Whiplash leaders, but he's pieced out different parts of this plan as well. I think he's the only one who has the whole picture. Not even Acer and Diet are in on everything, though I think he trusts them the most. He talked about ambushing the Emperor in the streets around the shore, but that doesn't tally with what I've seen. He's got field operatives in the shore and floor maintenance crews near the Emperor's villa. And Acer let it slip that he's been in receipt of large amounts of explosives powerful enough to bring down entire buildings.
Howes nodded. It didn't surprise him that the Sakian had effectively made himself the head of Whiplash, all while giving lip service to support for a non-hierarchical authority. It was, according to his dossier, which the prefect had combed through thoroughly, the way he had run his corporate organization as well. He was in the pilot's seat, while his underlings took care of discrete parts of the business with authority that only extended to their own small domain. No one except Sal himself had an overview of the entire operation. In an organization like Black Sun, this kind of arrangement was offset by natural ambition. Any and all subordinates were looking for ways to rise above their positions, pull off a coup, or work out their own competing plans. In an organization like Whiplash, however, in which the council members took the egalitarian nature of their cause at face value, Toot Sal could make his own plans with confidence that no one else among the shared leadership would formulate competing schemes or imagine that he was withholding information. Howells remembered that the Coruscant resistance had chosen the name Whiplash out of a sense of irony, a constant reminder of the imperial yoke they attempted to overthrow.
I suppose it's possible he's just being careful,
Shiel said, her hands wrapped around her mug as if her fingers were cold.
If I were him, I'd be afraid that maybe someone would slip up and reveal too much to the wrong person.
Reminded of his own unwelcome suspicions, Howells set his calf down on the curved wooden table more heavily than he'd intended.
What is it, Paul?
What were you saying about slippage? It may have already happened. I can't be sure. Maybe it was his imagination, but the Togruta's face seemed to grow a shade or two lighter.
What do you mean?
One of my speeder patrols checked in early this morning with the observation that the past 2 nights they've seen Imperial security forces moving into the Golden Crescent area near the Emperor's villa.
Well, of course, the Emperor is in residence.
He shook his head. He's been in residence for over a week. Why would they be moving now? and under cover of darkness. I also got a report from an operative who delivers supplies to the administrative offices of the Inquisitorius. She says a few Inquisitors that were left behind when Vader went off-world are no longer drifting around the place, as she put it. Now, Shield's pallor was definitely not imaginary.
You think they've gone to guard the Emperor?
Entirely possible. It's also entirely possible that, high-level Senate committee meeting or not, the Emperor himself may have been moved. He shrugged. Or, knowing how arrogant he is, he may be lying in wait like a spider at the middle of a web.
What do we do? Don't we have to warn Sal?
How? Do you think he'd trust anything I had to say? And if you go to him with this intel, he'll want to know how you got it. Worse, he may decide he can't trust you either.
What then?
Howes stood. I'll try to reach him. At least that will keep you out of it. I'll try to make him believe the warning is real and not my attempt to run interference. Chances are he'll laugh in my face, but I can't just let him run head-on into a rancor nest. I suppose I could arrest him on trumped-up charges or make up some reason to bring him in for questioning.
Would you do that? Could you do it?
If I have to, but I'm not sure that would stop whatever it is he's set in motion. Howes started for the front door, then paused and turned back. Shield, maybe you shouldn't attend any more Whiplash Council meetings. She blinked.
He's called a meeting tomorrow morning. If I don't go...
Forgetting that he was in disguise, Howes reached up to scratch his shock of badly trimmed hair. His fingers met a fake Togruta Montral. You're right. Stick with it, but keep your comlink handy. She nodded, her lips drawn into a grim, ashen line. At the soft chime of the HoloNet terminal in his personal quarters aboard the Whiplash hover train, Tudin Sal looked up to see who would be calling him at this time of night. He was honestly surprised to see Paul House's ident icon floating over the console. He was even more surprised at himself. He actually answered the summons. To what do I owe the dubious pleasure, Prefect House? He asked the holographic image of Paul House's head and shoulders that appeared once he had answered the call. To a report I got early this morning from a couple of my speeder patrols. Specifically, the ones routed around the eastern shore of the Western Sea in the Golden Crescent area. Oh, wait, let me guess. They saw Darth Vader out walking his pet Rancor beast. Or perhaps he was trolling the waters for Jedi. Howes sighed audibly. Will you shut up for a minute and hear me out? Why? Nothing you have to say is of interest to me. If you've still got designs on Palpatine, it should be. There are Imperial security forces and possibly Inquisitors in and around the seashore near the Emperor's villa. Sal was immediately wary. Why should I care what happens near the Emperor's villa? Don't play games, Sal. There isn't time. I know you're going after Palpatine, and chances are good that someone else suspects you are as well. Sal's pulse jacked up several notches. How do you know? Who told you? I have people all over the sector. They see things, they hear things, and what they see and hear they report to me, or to another prefect, who then files his own activity report. The difference between those prefects and me is that I know who the Whiplash operatives are. And I know you. I didn't buy for a moment that you weren't going to act on that intel. Striking Palpatine while he's in residence at his villa is the best chance you're going to get. Howes was right. His logic was impeccable. Sal sometimes forgot that Paul Howes wasn't the dense, lazy career detective he pretended to be. So you've called to warn me off. What are you thinking, Howes? That I'm an idiot? I think you're a zealot, Sal. I think you're so focused on taking out Palpatine, so focused on revenge, that you're not thinking straight. Anger, swift and hot, flared in Tootin' Sal's breast. He knotted his hands against it, striving to keep a smile on his face and his tone level. Revenge. Is that what you think this is about? My own personal agenda? Palpatine didn't just ruin me, Paul. He ruined a lot of people, and murdered more. He's directly responsible for us losing Yimon and Loranth, and indirectly responsible for us losing Jax, I-5, and Din. This is the man, Prefect, who took down the entire Jedi Order, leaving the way open for his unchecked, iron-fisted control of all our lives. This isn't just my battle, it's everyone's battle. Yes, it is, which is why you need to listen to me. If the Emperor's been tipped off to your plans, everyone suffers. You know what your problem is, Paul? You can't commit to anything. You glide around in the background, slither through the dark, pretending to be something you're not, playing the foolish, clumsy police detective so that your enemies will fail to recognize you as a threat. I'm sure you think you do it to be clever, and because it allows you to know things you wouldn't otherwise know. But that's not it, is it? You don't do it for any of those reasons. You do it because it keeps you safe. Other people die. You're already a ghost, the man no one sees. Fine then, be a ghost. Be a coward, but don't expect the rest of us to run scared too. The Emperor is gonna die. Howes was shaking his head. Sal, listen to me. I want to be free of Palpatine as much as the next man. Do you really? An ugly suspicion struck Sal. Are you on his payroll? If I was, would I warn you? Of course, that impeccable logic again. No, you're right. You're no traitor. Just a coward. If you think you can get under my skin by calling me names... I don't care about your skin. Frag your skin. I care about this mission. You don't know what you're doing, Sal. Wrong. I know exactly what I'm doing. How about you? Are you planning on getting in my way? The Zabrak ran long fingers through his frowsy mane, and for once, Tootin' Sal read resignation in his sharp features. No, he said. No, I won't get in your way. Good luck with this. I mean it. I hope you succeed. I'm just afraid you won't. Sal cut him off. In a spacer tavern near the Westport, Acer Ash shook wrist with Captain Denari Kayron and felt a pleasurable flush of attraction as he touched the Zeltron's ruby skin. He held her wrist for a moment longer than formality required, basking in her glow, while her large dark eyes glinted in acknowledgment of his silent admiration. He was hopeful that their business might also involve a significant amount of pleasure. He was also on his guard. A Zeltron smuggler had a tactical advantage. She could pheronomically manipulate the emotions of her contacts, thus negotiating better conditions than someone without that capacity might arrange. Acer determined he would not fall prey to that sort of emotional byplay. He knew Zeltrons craved physical affection as much as he craved profits. That was a bit of leverage he could and would use. He gestured the captain to a private cubicle in the dimly lit back room of the tavern that, owing to a deal with the tavern owner, a Whiplash informant, amounted to a private office. Meanwhile, in the large main room, a live band thumped out loud music to the cheers and jeers of their audience. The white noise generated by the audio confounders in the back room melted neatly into the chaotic drift from the tavern. Their negotiations were cordial, notwithstanding the Zeltron tried several times to employ her pheromones to sway him toward purchasing or bartering for items he did not, in fact, want. He caught her at it, called her on it, and the two of them had a good laugh. He made good deals all in all for the mundane imports, but there were a few items for which Captain Kayron had rather specific demands, such as several extraordinary pieces of art ripped from archaeological sites on other worlds, and for which Acer Ash had eager buyers. What he did not have in abundance were the cutting-edge tech gadgets that Captain Kayron's Black Sun contacts wanted for the artworks.
How many units can you get me?
She asked, referring to an experimental palm-sized energy shield with a range of 2 meters that not only deflected energy weapons and projectiles, but turned them back on the attackers. Ash returned the sample device to its little packing case. I've got 5 of them, but I need to keep 2 back for another buyer. The other buyer was Tudin Sal. He had requisitioned 2 of the devices for field operatives involved in the mission. Profits were profits, but Whiplash came first, even for someone of Acer Ash's mercenary bent.
Only 3.
She shook her head, sending a cascade of rippling saffron-colored hair over one shoulder.
My clients need them in the hundreds.
He shrugged, fighting his hormonal responses to her, and leaned away from her against the back of his chair, pulling his hands back to his side of the table. They can disassemble the prototypes, see what makes them work, make their own. Denari Kayron rolled her lustrous eyes. Sweat broke out on Ash's upper lip. She was certainly an exemplary example of her species. A regular pheromone factory. He desperately wanted to lean into her, to draw closer, but he kept his relaxed pose, slouched in his chair, one hand toying with his half-empty glass of cinnamon liqueur.
Without the specs. Please, Acer, my clients have high expectations of me. I'd need 20 or 30 of the things at least if they're going to have to reverse engineer them. Or all 5 of the ones you've got and the specifications. I'm sure you understand the imperative.
She put her hand over his on the table. He withdrew his hand. You're kidding, right? I can't get the specs. They're a closely guarded secret. Her frustration was palpable.
What can you get? Can you at least get me 10 of the devices?
Ash laughed. You seem to be under the impression that I could get you more of the bloody things if you offer the right incentives, but that I'm just trying to drive a hard bargain. I swear, that's not the case. I can get them, but not quickly and not in great numbers. What with Palpatine, Darth Vader, the Inquisitive Inquisitors, and the fraggin' Security Bureau, my supply lines are, shall we say, squeezed. Her eyes lost their gleam, and she sat back, withdrawing herself and her considerable hormonal presence completely.
That's bad news. I guess I oversold your ability to get things done. My clients will be disappointed, to say the least.
He shifted toward her, hungry for the warm flush he'd felt moments before, then realized she was using his own tactics against him. The knowledge didn't help, though he was able to regain a bit of his poise. Denari, I can get things done. Trust me. It's just that things are a little tight on Coruscant right now, security-wise. But that's going to change real soon.
Really? And why is that?
Let's just say that Palpatine isn't going to be a factor for much longer. And once he's out of the picture, Vader and his spooks and his little black-shirted goon squad will be running around trying to figure out what happened. And while they're busy doing that, I'll take the opportunity to get all sorts of stuff out from under their noses. She blinked at him, then gave him a cockeyed smile that lit him up like a homing beacon.
You seem awfully sure of your intel. What do you know?
She leaned toward him again, elbows on the table, her eyes bright and speculative. Ash shook his head, chuckling. Sorry, Captain, but I can't tell you a thing about a thing. It's just a feeling I got. You know how it is with feelings. Her smile deepened.
I do, indeed. Now, what kind of deal can you give me for my temple art?
They ended up striking a deal for 3 of the personal shields he had against 1 of the temple paintings she had, with a promissory handshake for another set of 10 shields. If he could produce the specs, or another set of 10 personal shields, a second artifact would be his. They sealed their deal in the captain's quarters aboard her ship. The touch of gold. 3 days. In 3 days, the last of the selected senators would collect at Emperor Palpatine's villa on the shore of the Western Sea and enter into secret meetings. That was the day they would strike. To most men planning an operation of this type, the heightened security required for such a meeting might have argued against carrying out an assassination attempt. But Tudin Sal had observed many times over that the chaos caused by such events could afford the perfect cover for such a mission. He was counting on it being so this time as well. There were multiple security organizations involved: Imperial forces, the Senators' personal bodyguards and security detachments, their administrative personnel, all of which created overlap and gaps and distracted rote training forces from their daily routines and habits. In such times as these, competing security protocols and agendas often came into conflict, and when they did, it forced those involved to focus more tightly on one another than on what was going on outside and beyond them. It also put a whole group of operatives into play who were unfamiliar with what was normal in this neighborhood or in the waters that lapped at the Emperor's private jetty and swirled beneath his private dock. Tudin Sal had taken seriously Paul House's claim that additional Imperial forces had moved into the area under the cover of darkness. But none of his operatives in the coastal neighborhoods had reported any such activity, which led to the obvious conclusion that House was lying. The Emperor probably suspected people were plotting to assassinate him all the time. He was right. Very likely they were. But Palpatine was an arrogant man, so sure of his own powers and those of his dark-hearted protege Darth Vader that he would never hide, even if he knew the hour and day of his planned demise. But he didn't know. Hence, Vader was off-world and the Emperor was having a private conclave with his favorite sycophants. Faizan Yaman, Sal thought, would have balked at killing the Emperor at the risk of so much collateral damage. The explosives Acer Ash had brought in would reduce the villa and its nearest neighbors to rubble. But Sal had no such qualms. The Emperor deserved the death he was going to get, and so did the senators who willingly supported him. So, the explosives were in place on their cleaning droids. The cleanup team of Nautiloans and Mon Calamari had infiltrated the maintenance crews of the seaside resorts, and had every reason to be in or near the water. The aerial assault teams were ready to pick off anyone who escaped the conflagration. The ground forces were armed and ready to take down anyone who might get out of the villa's grounds into the streets. Nor would there be any escape by water. The operatives who had planted the charges and reprogrammed the droids would be there to help any would-be escapees to a far quieter place. Tuden Sal reached a hand out to the illuminated 3D image of the Emperor's villa. Soon, all those years of loss would be over. He would reunite with his family. He would have a life again. His fingertip passed through the holographic image, erasing it in a split second. 3 days.
28. Tyno Fabris was smiling. Prince Caesar recognized the smile the moment he entered his lieutenant's tasteful, if somewhat cluttered, office suite. The smile was of the "I know something you don't" variety, and the newly minted Vigo found it annoying. That annoyance made his skin prickle, though he managed to control his flushing reflex. "You seem pleased with yourself," he commented. "Well, not with myself, but with my intelligence network. Yes, I'm quite—" Caesar's attempt to control his reflexes was not entirely successful. The Arcadian's smile faltered as the shift in his boss's pheromone levels struck him. "Pleased," he ended lamely. "Do tell," Caesar said, and meant it as a command. To his credit, Fabris took it as one. "Things are happening on Imperial Center, Vigo. Interesting things. Our rumor mill has not only drawn Darth Vader from Kantaros Station, but has caused Imperial forces to be moved to the affected area." Caesar shrugged. "That's to be expected." "Ah, but that's not all. At least, according to one Captain Donari Kairan. When asked why she was able to produce only 3 of the prototype P shields she was asked to procure, she reported that her contact told her that security on Imperial Center was tight at the moment, but that the situation would soon change when Palpatine was, how did she put it? Out of the picture. Caesar was momentarily speechless. Once he'd processed the information, he said, "What you're implying is that someone actually is plotting to kill Palpatine." The Arcanian's smile was back, no less annoying. "It certainly looks that way." On the bridge of the Black Sun vessel Raptor, everything was going according to plan. Jax watched from a jump seat at the rear of the bridge as the small crew went through pre-launch protocols. The Raptor was one of 3 Black Sun vessels, well-armed black market runners all. In under an hour, they would lift from Mandalore and make way for Kantaros Station. He raised his eyes to the viewport, which gave a view of the other nearby vessels. Past the 2 Black Sun ships, he could see the Loranth sitting, her engines powered down and cold. He was not unhappy that Din and I-5 would not be with him, he told himself. It was better that they stay behind, for a growing list of reasons. One was their own safety. What Jax was proposing to do was risky to anyone involved, including Caesar's operatives. A related imperative was that the Resistance not lose more good people. If he went in alone and failed, Din and I-5 would be left to carry on. If they were with him and he failed, no, it didn't bear thinking about. There was a third reason for his decision to part from his closest friends: their distrust. It was palpable, and it distracted him. Both distraction and distrust could foster indecision, and, as he already knew, indecision resulted in loss, in death. There is no death. Jax shook himself, shoving doubt aside. Perhaps there was no death from the point of view of the dead. Perhaps death only existed in the minds of the living, the ones left behind. Jax felt the thrum of the Raptor's ion engines as they ramped up. He frowned and checked his chrono. Where was Caesar? The thrill-seeking Vigo had made his own presence on the mission part of the deal, but he had yet to come aboard, though their departure was only minutes away. There was a sudden shift in the atmosphere of the bridge. All of Jax's senses focused on the source of that change. The captain, a human named Breck, had straightened and raised a hand to the earpiece of his comlink, then tilted his head, sat back in his seat, and glanced back over his shoulder at Jax. The hair rose up on the back of Jax's neck. Something was wrong. The captain faced front again, uttered a word or two, then turned to his navigator. "Secure the ship. We're standing down." Jax was stunned. He stood. "What do you mean, standing down?" But he knew what was meant before Captain Breck answered. "That was the boss," the man told him. "He's pulled the plug on the operation. We're not going to Kantaros." "Did he say why?" The captain shook his head. "No, and I didn't ask." "Then I will." Jax strode from the bridge and off the ship. "What's happening?" Din Dur peered through the Lorantz viewport at the activity on the tarmac, or rather the lack of activity. The 3 Black Sun smugglers which had been powering up were suddenly ramping back down again. After a momentary stillness, the loading ramp of the largest ship lowered and Jax came down it. He crossed the tarmac in long, ground-eating strides. The expression on his face was terrifying, and would have been even without the fake cybernetic eye. Din was terrified by it, at any rate. He pulled back from the viewport. "Something's wrong, 5. "You've only just noticed." "I'm serious, Fraggot. Something's gone wrong. Badly wrong." "Apparently." Din turned to look at the droid, who was dressed in his new, not-so-shiny I-5 persona. "How can you be so sanguine about whatever this is?" "I'm not sanguine. In fact, I feel rather powerless to do anything. But consider what it might mean that Jax, apparently in a towering rage, has left the ship that was supposed to take him to Kantaros Station." Din considered what it meant, and was about to say he didn't follow, when he realized that he did. "Caesar's broken the deal." "That would be my surmise." "What do we do? Should we follow him?" In his present state of mind, I doubt Jax would take that gesture in the spirit it was intended. I think we should just sit tight. Din clenched his fist atop the control console. "He could be in trouble, 5. He may be headed into a face-off with a Black Sun Vigo, one who almost killed him. Jax wasn't the same man then that he is now, and Caesar would be a fool to think that he is. The tap cafe was closed at this hour of the day. Only a few people were in the street when Jax arrived at the front of the building. The locked door was no obstacle. It opened at a gesture, letting him into the darkened ground floor. As he strode across the room to the staircase beyond the bar, a pair of startled employees, surprised in the act of polishing tabletops, glanced up, but offered no objection. He took the stairs 2 at a time and met his first resistance at the top in the form of a pair of Fabris's goons, the Deveronian and the Zabrak. They came toward him.
"Stop!"
the Zabrak ordered. Her partner drew his weapon. Jax made a sweeping gesture, and the blaster spun away over the banister into the room below. The Zabrak woman went for her weapon next. Jax's clenching fist caused the force to twist it into an unrecognizable lump. She flung the useless thing aside and lunged at him. He answered with a forced thrust so powerful it tossed her 4 meters down the corridor. Her Deveronian cohort wisely chose to run, scooping the Zabrak up and dragging her away. Jax came down the hallway after them, doors flying open at his passing. When he reached the door to Fabris's office, there were no guards there to challenge him, though he sensed quite a few in the depths of the building. He thrust one hand, stiff-armed, at the door. It ripped from its hinges, blowing inward in a rain of wood dust and plaster. Fabris was not behind his desk. Not surprising. Jax closed his eyes, scanning. There, behind that tapestry, behind a door and the wall, were life forces. 4 of them. Jax crossed the room in 3 strides. One gesture tore the tapestry from the wall and flung it into a corner. Another shoved the inner door aside, making its machinery scream. He drew his lightsaber and stepped into the doorway, expecting to have to parry blaster bolts. But no one fired. Prince Caesar stood in the center of the room, his hands held out from his body. Whether to show he was unarmed or to dissuade his 2 bodyguards from doing anything rash, Jax wasn't sure. The Falleen was a stew of emotions, making his flesh shift colors rapidly. Tyno Fabris sat between the 2 guards, striving unsuccessfully to look composed. Sweat stood out on his brow, and his gaze was locked on Jax's lightsaber. Jax shifted his stance, swinging his glowing blade in a slow figure-8 that made it hum menacingly. "What game are you playing, Caesar?" he asked the Vigo. "Why have you scrubbed the mission?" "Mission? My, how religious that sounds. There's no mission, Jedi. This is business, not a spiritual quest." "Then let me put it in terms you'll understand. Why have you broken our contract?" Caesar spread his hands in a gesture that said he had no choice. "The situation has changed radically. It no longer makes sense for me to involve myself in this endeavor." Jax stepped fully into the room and moved slowly to his right, forcing Caesar to turn to face him. The last time the 2 men had confronted each other, Jax's force connection had been sputtering and inconsistent. Caesar had had the advantage. This time, Caesar was pinned, and he knew it. "I'm going to let you explain yourself," he told the Vigo. "But first, I want to warn you about what will happen if the bodyguards that are massing in the outer corridor try to enter Fabris's office." That big chandelier on the ceiling is going to come crashing down on their heads. Then I'm going to embed you in the wall behind you. Smiling, Caesar locked eyes with him, reading him. Apparently, the Falleen didn't like what he saw. His eyes flickered, trying to dodge. His smile faltered, became wooden. His lips drew back in a snarl. Let me send one of my men out to hold them back. Jax considered the idea, then nodded. Caesar turned to the men flanking Tyno Fabris. Brank, go out and forestall any attack. Tell them to withdraw to the lower level. Fine, tell them that. Brank, a tall, broad-shouldered Mandalorian of indeterminate species, nodded curtly, growled, and lumbered out of the room. You were expecting me, Caesar, Jax observed. Otherwise, I doubt there would be quite so many guards lurking in the upstairs corridors. You've got me there. I figured my news would make you less than happy, but what can I do? I can't get you to Kantaros Station, Jax. Sorry. I mean that. I was looking forward to having a Jedi at my beck and call. I'd be the only Vigo in history of Black Sun to be so endowed. So you see, this hurts me as much as it does you. I doubt it. You said something changed. What changed? Jax struggled not to connect with the roil of fury in his breast. If he could stay above it. Well, you see, a funny thing happened. As you requested, I employed my network of associates to draw Darth Vader to Imperial Center. My people effected this by spreading seemingly credible rumors that someone was plotting to assassinate the Emperor. Jax felt a clammy chill invade his gut. And this changes things how? I'm a bit embarrassed about this, but it seems that someone actually is plotting such an attack. One of our captains was engaged in business negotiations with a black market supplier, a fellow named Ash, I think she said. And this supplier made a strange reference to Palpatine being removed from the picture. Acer Ash, a member of Whiplash. Tootin Sal was going ahead with his insane plan, and there wasn't a thing Jax could do about it. The bottom line is that the rumors I had planted happened to be true. Now, let's imagine for a moment that this assassination attempt is linked with an arguably insane attempt to free Whiplash's captured leader. The fact that Yamon's liberator arrived on a Black Sun vessel would not be lost on the Emperor. You could say that I stowed away. The Falleen was slowly shaking his head. A handful of valuable members within my organization know about this plan. If Vader were to question them, it would become immediately apparent that I was involved. I simply can't take that chance. Did you know? Did you even stop to think that rumors of that nature could impact the Resistance? Jax's voice was hard, cold, and quiet. It didn't occur to me, nor would I have cared if it had, to be perfectly honest with you. I simply reasoned that a credible threat to the Emperor would draw Vader away. It worked. Caesar spread his hands again. Sorry, Pavan. Nothing personal. It's just business. Just business. How many people had died, and how many would die, because Black Sun was just doing business. Jax was struck with a full appreciation of Din and I-Fi's objections to his dealing with Caesar. To them, it must seem as if he were neck-deep in his own version of Just business as he pursued his goals. Deep down inside him, something gave. Caesar sensed it, for he took a step back and said loudly, "Frank, to me." Jax felt the sudden rise of adrenaline among the sentients in the tap calf below. Of course, Caesar had kept a comlink open. He would have been stupid not to. Jax turned and bolted for the outer room, reaching it as the first of the guards came pounding up the staircase. He knew others were coming along other routes, intending, no doubt, to cut off all egress. But they were dealing with a Jedi, albeit a Jedi whom they had never seen show any sign of real violence. Wielding his lightsaber, Jax sundered the rest of Fabris's tapestries, effectively blocking the remaining hidden doors with yards of heavy material. Then he whipped around, free hand extended, generating a force thrust that swept every surface in the room, creating a storm of flying objects. The hail of glass, metal, and wood pelted the bodyguards who were even now rushing in through the unblocked office door. Jax leapt away from the center of the room, reaching up toward the ceiling with his free hand. Overhead, the gaudy, oversized chandelier quivered and chattered. The candles flickered in their sconces. "No!" Tyno Fabris wailed from the doorway of his hidden room. "Not that!" "Stand down, Pavan," Caesar warned. "You're trapped. You've nowhere to go." Jax met the Falling's smile with one of his own. One he guessed was no more pleasant. "I guess you're right. There's no way out." He deactivated his lightsaber and returned it to his belt, slanting a look at the heavily fortified stained glass window behind him. He saw the bodyguards relax back, heard Fabris sigh in relief, felt Caesar warm toward gloating. He glanced back at the Vigo. "But I can fix that." Jax spun, thrusting with both hands. The barred window exploded outward over the street below, taking a big chunk of the wall with it. Colored glass sparkled in the morning sun like bright rain. In the stunned moment of silence after, Jax glanced back at Caesar and his lieutenant. Nothing personal, of course. Just business. A last sweep of his hands wrenched Tyno Fabris's fantastic chandelier from its mounts and brought it down in a shower of crystal and flame. Then Jax stepped out of the empty window and let himself down into the street in the arms of the Force. He knew a moment of regret when he saw the devastation of his blast of energy. Blocks of masonry and shards of wood and glass lay scattered across the walkway and into the street. The few people out this early were either scrambling for cover or staring in utter disbelief. He felt no injured here and hoped there were no dead as he broke into a run. Less than half an hour after he left the spaceport, Jax reappeared at a dead run, looking no less fearsome than he had earlier. He came straight to the Laranth, boarded through the hastily lowered loading ramp, and made his way to the bridge. Din looked up into that stony face, uncertain what to expect. "Prepare the ship for departure," Jack said. "We're going to Toprawa." Then he turned and went aft. Din stared after him. A strange, wild elation blossomed in his chest. Jax was back. Again. They would soon be among friends. He sagged in the co-pilot seat and looked over at I-5, who was going into the pre-lift protocols with mechanical precision, using the one normal hand on his mongrel I-5YQ chassis. Is it too early to celebrate? Far too early, I-5 said, nodding his still misshapen head toward the commercial quarter Jax had just come from. From appearances, I'd say Jax left some destruction in his wake. Din peered out the viewport, his eyes immediately finding what the droid was talking about. A telltale plume of smoke curling up from the direction of the Oyabot Tapgaff. I suggest we hurry, said I-5, and activated the ion engines. He had never felt like this, not after his master's death, not after Flame Night, not after Kajin Savaros's near destruction, not even in the aftermath of losing Loranth and Yimon. He was filled with horrible, dark, quivering desire. But for what, he could not put into words. His whole life had been about self-knowledge, self-control, self-discipline. But now he knew nothing about himself except that he had none of those things. In the moment the door of his quarters hissed shut behind him, the ravenous need swarmed him, swamped him, roared to be free. He let it, giving vent to a wild scream of alien passion. The room around him exploded in a cyclonic whirl of motion, sound, and violence. Whatever was not fixed to the decking or walls came loose, blown to the upper bulkhead. Whatever was fixed followed mere seconds later. As swiftly as it had come, the tidal wave of emotion surged out again, leaving Jax empty in the center of his ruined cabin. He trembled as his eyes took in the devastation and stopped dead at the sight of Loranth's tree lying on the deck, its roots naked and half crushed by the broken remnants of its container. The Sith lightsaber he had concealed in the device lay gleaming on the deck plating, taunting him. He fell to his knees on the padded flooring, pulling away the debris and lifting the tiny Misai into a cupped palm. He reassembled the feeding container as best he could, collected the soil, and set the tree back into it, watering it and feeding it energy from his own life force. Then he sat and stared at it, numbly aware of the ship's trembling as she lifted into the morning sky.